That's right. Immediate regret. That's not immediate regret set in. As soon as I started this, there was immediate regrets. Well, thank you for the money. Somebody else sent me a burger too. Sticks and Stones. Thank you for the hamburger. I appreciate that. Long time no speak, fat friend. Do I know you, Ruth Gator Binsberg? My grandma was son of Sam's nurse. She'd play cards with him in the ward. Cool. Cool. Did he ever, like, fess up to her that it was all bullshit? Or did he still pretend like dogs were talking to him and stuff? Do you eat curry? It's delicious. I guess I eat curry. I think I've had it before. I think I've enjoyed it on occasion. Looks like I have a sunny disposition. A sunny disposition. Oh. Cool. It's exactly what I'm going for. An old sunny disposition. Favorite Jewish food? I like potato latkes, dude. Just potato pancakes. It's also probably the only Jewish food that I could name. Challah bread. No, wait. Is that Greek or is that Jewish? I don't know. Gefilte fish. Is that one? And matzo balls. Yeah, matzo balls. How does one send someone a burger? I don't know. I don't know how that works, man. Like sometimes people send text messages and sometimes they send little pictures of hamburgers and whatnot. I assume you don't like lox. I don't know. I have never really tried it, so. Was that guy on the subreddit really your daddy? Huh? Say what? If you click on the super chat button, there's a super sticker option, and you can select a hamburger among other things. Oh, yeah, see? There's a hot dog, I guess, to wash down my hamburger with. Thank you again. A hamburger and a dog. Hamburger and a dog. Well, I invited TJ to stream tonight. He said, "Yeah, man, I'll probably join you." I was like, "Cool, dude. I'll probably start around 11. I'll send you a message. Let you know." He's like, "Cool, man." Sent him a message at like 10:20, 10:30. You guys know how that turned out. Whoa, we've started, dude, a banana. It's CJ sending a banana. Que se passe, TLC? What's going on up in here? I think that's basically what you said. We're hanging out, man. We're talking shit. Parlez-vous state anglais, sir? Do you speak English, Mr. Lebowski? Paul, check your Twitter DM or Reddit. Our dads went to high school together. Our dads went to high school together? That's weird. Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw that in my DMs. I was a little creeped out. But I guess if our dads went to high school together, then there's not a lot I can do about it. But there's like this picture of my dad from his like yearbook, from like his sophomore yearbook or some shit. It's ridiculous. I hate that there's like people that are interested in members of my family that, you know, other than having been parts of my stories and shit, don't really take part in what I do. Like, I don't speak to my dad, but I don't want him like looked up and stuff. You know what I mean? I guess there's no avoiding it, but I sure do wish people would just leave the old man alone. There's other people from Madeira, and you've got fans. What can you do? Yeah, I know. Paul, I encourage you to do what your parents did. Get a job, sir. You go out looking for a job dressed like that, do you, on a weekday? Is this what day is? Oh, yes, Mr. Lebowski. Fuck it. Fuck it. That's your mantra, isn't it? Fuck it. Tattoo it on your forehead. Condolences, Mr. Lebowski. The bum's lost. Rip the dude. Yeah, I know. Can I have a Stella Artois? Could you now, Garrett? I know usually I go with the White Russian, but Garrett, you know, I really could go for one of them. Excuse me, Garrett. Excuse me. One of them now. If you wouldn't mind grabbing your little bottle opener there, Garrett, if you listen to me, and because you're going to need it, because I'm going to order something out of a bottle, Gary. Now, if you don't mind too terribly, could I get one of them a nice ice cold one of them? Can I get a Stella Artois? Can I get a Stella Artois, Gary? Can I get a Stella? Can I get a Stella Artois? Please never stop doing this bit. I don't plan on ever stopping that bit. Can I get a now? Can I get a? What would you say if I were to order a now to Garrett? Now, would you mind too terribly grabbing me a now? I'd like to change up my order, Gary. And could you do me a? Can I get a? Can I get a Stella Artois? DFF equals turfs. Go pitch it to the other guys. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in navigating the tricky waters of third wave feminism. You go right ahead and sell that one to TJ or Scotty, even better. Bum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum but you dope smoking if you get out of my face. Turfs are second wave. Oh, well, my bad. Whatever. Like I said, I don't cross no lines. All right. You gotta get that little whistle. Can I get a? Now, Gary, I need a. Give me a Stella Artois. It's safe to say that within a couple of years, a majority of leftists would find something new to complain about, some new social evil to correct. Because, once again, the leftist is motivated less by distress at society's ills than by the need to satisfy his drive for power by imposing his solutions on society. Smells like a copy pasta to me. Who'd you copy pasta that from, dude? At least cite your work. What's your works cited page on that thought? Do you think they could work the commercial into a movie about how the dude lost his way and now has to get his dudeness back? No. The dude is dead, dude. Fucking Walter took his ashes in a coffee can by himself up to that fucking place right over there in fucking Santa Barbara and threw it into the wind. He has joined Donnie now, and only Walter remains. Yeah, you only have the dudeness once, and once it flees from you, it never returns. Did you hear about the Goonies remake being confirmed? I don't even want to talk about it. I haven't heard about it, other than I've heard whispers about it. I don't want it. I don't need it. I'm not going to see it. I'm going to pretend it doesn't exist. Kind of like what's another movie that I do that with? There's several of them. I pretend that they just never happened. I haven't seen them, and I just like refuse to. Let's see. I'm trying to think. Solo. That's one of them. In my mind, that never happened. No, Alien 3 is not that bad, man. I got to be honest with you. Alien 3 gets a bad rap. It ain't the best Alien. In fact, it's the worst of the Alien trilogy, but it gets a bum rap. It's actually pretty fucking decent. Yeah, the Ghostbusters remake. I've actually seen that one, so it's a little harder for me to pretend it doesn't exist. But I could pretend it's like a bad dream I had or something. What else? Captain Marvel, as well as Ant-Man and Ant-Man and the Wasp. I've never seen any of those movies, and I have no desire to, nor will I ever sit down and watch them. I just pretend they don't exist. I've seen Short Circuit too. I can't pretend it doesn't exist. Los Lobos kick your ass. Los Lobos kick your face. Los Lobos kick your balls into outer space. Yeah. I didn't watch. Those are the three Marvels, part of the main Marvel canon. Those are the only three I think I avoided. I think I saw every other one, which is kind of sad, honestly. I saw Thor 2. I saw all the Thors. We're going down this fucking rabbit hole where everybody's just throwing movie titles out to me and going, "Did you ignore this? Did you ignore that?" Let's move on. What about this one? What about this one? What about this one? What about this one? It's like a Twitch chat up in here. It's like a Twitch chat up in here. Where am I? There they are. Need to burn some incense. You nerve-wracking motherfuckers. Need my aromatherapy. Look like you straightened your hair? No. My hair just is weird. Like it's curly as fuck at the bottom, see? But it's straight. It only curls at the very ends, and the ends are getting farther and farther down. So just the way the hair is, that coupled with the fact that I live in fucking Louisiana, so it's super humid. I've had to learn about things like your hair having no body on certain days. Today's one of those days, I guess, for me. It's humid enough that my hair has no body. Luckily, I've got Pantene Pro V conditioner. Yeah, I lucked out on the hair front. I've got good hair and pretty much nothing else. Yeah, June is coming to a close. You have no idea what that even means. You don't want to know, man. Trust me. It ain't worth it. Same thing goes with the beard. Don't get one of those either. I mean, you can keep like a little stubbly beard or whatever, so you're the cool one in your friends group, but don't actually like commit to a man beard, you know? Like TJ's throwing down the gauntlet. He's telling me like he's just going to let his beard grow until he's got this like insanely cool wizard's beard. He's not going to make it that long. I mean, he knows it to be true. He shan't make it that long. Takes a certain amount of commitment to maintain the beard. So how long till we hear that Maxwell lady Epsteined herself? I mean, it wouldn't shock me at this point. If I didn't straighten my hair on the daily, I'm sure I'd have nice hair too. Why do you straighten your hair on the daily then? Like I never, like there are some things, and look, dude, it's really not my place to tell women how to like dress or how to like do their makeup or whether to or not. But I got to tell you, man, like I've always felt that women go through too much shit. Like there's too much complexity in a lot of women. Like they put like it takes too much. They take too much time to quote unquote put themselves together, and typically they don't really need to. They do all this extra shit, like they go get their hair bleached over and over again. They get these highlights put in over and over again, which like, yeah, it looks cool, but like there's no point to it. Like nobody, like I've never gone for a bitch because she's got highlights in her hair. You know what I mean? I know it's all primal shit. It's all like, you know, it's like festooning yourself with feathers and shit in older cultures or whatever the fuck. I get it. It's for her, right? But I just don't like, I don't understand why there's so much torture involved, you know what I mean? Like the makeup and the hair. And you agree as a woman, and it's also expensive, I can imagine, yeah. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry you're undermining. I mean, I'm not even really trying to undermine it. Like I said, it ain't my place to like tell anybody what to do with their fucking time or how to look. I'm not listening to anybody's advice. Like I look how I want to look. So why would I expect to step in front of somebody else? But it's just like, man, y'all torture your hair, torture your skin. It's just like, why? The media pushes fear, which drives consumption. Keep people afraid, and they will consume. Quoting Manson from Bowling from Columbine. But yeah, it's not necessarily. I do it because I feel better when I straighten it. Oh, well, good on you then. What it do, Marshall? how it go, what it be, and most importantly,
what it do, what it do.
I just don't enjoy living in a world where makeup gurus are better off than any revolutionary. Makeup gurus. Oh. I don't really understand what you're trying, why you're, what the distinction is, but all right. Good on you. Yeah, the truth of the matter is, like, there's a couple of people that have asked, like, political questions, and I've just kind of, like, skimmed over them because I'm just done. Again. I'm taking a little break mentally from the political scene. Like, it drives me fucking insane, dude. Because on one hand, I want to be really, like, fucking nice to people who don't have, like, different aims than I do in the long term, and people that are, you know, very close to me ideologically, and even people that are moderately close to me ideologically. Like, I want to be all togetherness with them and, like, live and let live with them, and I don't want to stand in their way, you know, like those of them that are choosing to do this riding with Biden shit. I don't want to be like that guy that's, like, constantly being salty about it and standing in their way, because I genuinely don't feel that it matters, but that's kind of the fucking problem. It's just been driving me fucking insane, and it's not even really something that I have any right to be pissed about or salty about. Like, it's not my place to tell other people how to spend their fucking time, but it's just like, holy fuck, the amount of hours that are spent with smart, talented, well-spoken leftists with crazy radical ideas making arguments for Joe Biden. Just a sold-out, dried-up mummy corporatist. Just a liver-spotted sack of dollar bills, man. You know? And it drives me fucking nuts, and it makes me want to go after people. Like, it makes me want to be more defensive of my position, but ultimately it doesn't matter. Like, I'm not going to be convinced to vote for the man. I can't. It goes against every principle that I know to be right. And at this point in history, even though I know it's meaningless one way or the other, if I went and voted for Joe Biden, it wouldn't matter anyway. But I choose to stand on this principle because I just don't want my name signed under his in the annals of history. Like, I don't want the voter rolls to go down showing that I voted for Joe fucking Biden. Or any of these fucking center-right corporatists that the fucking Democratic Party keeps throwing at us. Like, you guys know me. I've been harping on this shit forever. I've been done playing this game. You know, and I'm accused of, like, having this emotional argument, and it's true. It is an emotional argument. I'm drained. I'm done. I just can't bring myself. I can't choke out the words, Joe Biden is better than Trump. Marginally. I can't choke that fucking argument out anymore, man. I can't be a voice of the lesser of two evils anymore. So I don't participate. You know? But if I had this, like, ability to just live and let live, which I guess I have up until this point, and I hope I do. But man, do I want to make a big stink about it, because so much time and talent is wasted making arguments for this fucking vampire. And he's either going to win or he's not. Yeah, my vote could swing Louisiana blue. It's just horse shit. Tired of it. And when like somebody, this is kind of why I wanted TJ to come on tonight, because I wanted to have this out with him. But TJ busy, I guess, or asleep. But it's just like, when I hear other political opinions come out of people's mouths who spend a lot of their time arguing for this Biden shit, all I hear is the Biden shit, man. It just sticks in my fucking craw. I hate to see leftists belly crawling to the corporatists. I hate to see them deluding themselves into thinking that they're going to hand ultimate power over to the DNC and this candidate and then bully him into being more of a leftist. It makes no fucking sense. It's like backwards. It's like the fucking Avengers saying, let's give Thanos the glove. And you know what I mean? But whatever, you know. TJ caved in. I mean, I don't even know if it was really all that much of a cave. I think TJ was pretty much on that wagon. I don't know that he really expressed a whole, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he was more of a Bernie or Buster this time around, but I really remember that being his position the first time around, so. TJ's not like down for Biden. See, this is the thing, is like he's not in like endorsing Biden as a, he's encouraging people that watch him that live in swing states to vote for Biden. He himself plans on voting down ballot and possibly voting green for the presidency because it doesn't matter. He's in Louisiana. So that's basically the argument he's making, which is way more reasonable than like, toot toot, I'm riding with Biden, man. He's gonna do it. So, I mean, whatever. We give Sauron the ring and then try and sway his policies. Yeah. Yeah, give the Dark Lord the ring, and then we'll bully him into being less of a fucking totalitarianist. There's no better way. It happens to involve the dissolving of the primary system, the two-party system, electoral college, and a shit ton of other institutions choking power out of citizens. All right, I think that's the last of your comments I'm gonna read. Like, I think you're saying something, but this is like the third time I've read one of your comments because they're long. But they end up kind of being, they don't really go anywhere. If only Bernie won the candidacy instead of Biden. I mean, sure, that would be nice. I wouldn't be doing backflips in the streets for a Bernie fucking presidency. There's a good chance it's a total lame duck. I mean, Bernie had everybody in the left establishment aligned against him. Do you think they're going to support his bid for the presidency or try and make him look like a fool? Considering we know now that they don't care whether they win or lose. That's not what it's about. So I have a feeling that Bernie would have spent most of his presidency beleaguered by his own party and probably wouldn't have gotten shit done. The youth vote. Yeah, the youth vote. It's always going to show up, man. It's always going to fucking show up and save the day. The youth vote. Paul, I listened to your stream while I slept, and when I woke up, I still remembered it. Crazy. Excuse me. Crazy, bro. You, like, downloaded me, like, you remember when Cypher plugs in fucking Neo for the first time and just hits go and he learns, like, 18 different fighting styles in 5 seconds. That's what happened to you, bro. You went off to dreamland, but my words stuck with you. The youth are right not to vote because you know what, dude? The youth, at least in my generation, I won't speak for the current one, but the youth, for the most part, don't involve themselves in politics because they've got it right. They know it's bullshit. And then they turn into adults and they think it's the high-minded civic pursuit. And so they dull their minds with stupid rhetoric about lesser of two evilism, and you know, they delude themselves into thinking that they're powerful as citizens of this fucking country. They become adults. And they spin their wheels endlessly in this fucking zero-sum game known as politics. You know? Yeah, kids are right not to fucking participate in it. It's horseshit. If capitalism was a person, he would be fat, emotionally manipulative, and an abuser. So basically like Boogie 2988 is like, he's capitalism personified. Yes, Paul, good point. Adults usually exhibit much worse judgment than children. It's not what I said. What I said was, if you're listening to me, and I can go over it in more detail for you. What I said is that culturally, politics are very important in our country. They're seen as a sign of growing up, and exercising your sacred civic duty is seen as part of that intellectual and mental growth that one goes through when one transitions out of childhood and into adulthood. It's a rite of passage, like your 16th birthday when you get to take a spin in a car, or you get to go down and get your license, like your 18th birthday when you can go buy a pack of smokes, like your 21st birthday when you can fucking go sit down at a bar and get wasted if you want. It's one of those rites of passage, and it entraps people's brains. I genuinely believe that. Most left-right politics in this country are just total fucking garbage. Garbage in, garbage out from both sides. It's all wedge issues and bullshit, fucking false dichotomies, and it's all baiting us against one another. It's like a horrible soap opera that plays out in the real world, you know? And I feel like so many people have been poisoned by this idea that they have any choice, that it was ever designed to give them choice. Like, I genuinely believe it was covertly designed to do the exact opposite. Like, I believe that this country was designed for power like this to consolidate. And here we are. You know what I mean? Pretending that the abortion issue still matters in 2020. The ice caps melting. It's fucking 102 degrees in Antarctic fucking regions of the planet. We're all just at each other's fucking throats over stupid Tucker Carlson nonsense and talking heads, and we're all refuting arguments out there and gathering our followers to aim at other people, and they're doing the same, and it's just like, what a bunch of fucking chimps. A bunch of tribal fucking Cro-Magnon men we are. You know what I mean? As opposed to fucking talking to one another again like human beings. Setting aside this poisonous political pill that we've been forced to swallow and start talking to one another like human beings again. Start letting our guard down. Start living amongst one another once again. Stop segregating ourselves into North and South, and let's really like get together as a people in an apolitical sense. You know what I mean? I call for that when I call for unionization. I see that as a possible great catalyst to getting people to drop this poisonous fucking political shit. Because it really is. It's poison. It is divisive at a time where we should all be running around like our hair was on fire. Like the fucking planet is dying. There's a million existential threats that I could sit here and list off all goddamn night to you as a person, coming from mostly from the actions of society at large. Like the world is burning and we're all like, it drives me insane, man. And this is why I'm called a doomer, and I get it, dude. Nobody wants to hear this because everybody wants to believe that they're making a difference. Everybody wants to believe that it matters, and everybody wants to believe that the game can be won. And so I become the bad guy. I become the guy that's just like, oh, man, he's mentally ill. He suffers from a mental illness, you know. I love those people, by the way. They always crop up. I'm not saying there's one in chat now because I'm not really reading chat right now. I'm just kind of ranting. But they always crop up when I talk like this. Oh, Paul's just a depressive, you know. It's like, fuck you. Fuck you for infantilizing me because I've been honest with you about my mental illness. I'm a grown-ass fucking adult. I know how to separate my fucking depression from my political position. People need to drop the idea of a rugged individualism and start adopting the idea of kick-ass cooperation. The word you're looking for is collectivism. By the way, thank you for the $10 there. Nuance is good. And that's going to be a hard pill to sell to people. So good luck with that. Most people don't like buzzkills, even though buzzkills are, for the most part, at least to me, correct. It's an ego thing on their part. See, here's the thing, man. I have this theory, and I know it's backed up by a little bit of philosophy, if nothing else. And I remember reading this article a long fucking time ago in like National Geographic or something when I was young. And it talked about night people. I might have talked about it here, but I think it bears mentioning again, okay? It talked about night people and how there was this new scientific evidence that there was a genetic or an inherited basis for some people feeling like I do, and like many people do, more productive and more capable and more awake and more themselves at night than they do during the day. And it makes a lot of sense from an evolutionary standpoint. When you're a small group of hunter-gatherers, if you're all asleep at night, you're fucked, right? And by the way, I'll catch you guys' super chats here in a second. Just let me finish up this thought. I see them coming in, though, so thank you. You're fucked. If a saber-toothed tiger, a fucking big-ass cave bear or something, whatever the predator was back then, another tribe, right? There needed to be people that operated on a different wavelength. Night people. Thomas Ligotti makes this comparison in his book, The Conspiracy Against the Human Race, of night people to pessimists. He thinks that there's also an evolutionary basis for pessimism and optimism, that some people are just predisposed one way or the other, and that it's not some kind of opposing force, it's a balancing force. It's like the optimist is there to keep the pessimist from keeping everything stagnant and keeping everyone from doing nothing. The optimist is there to push the boundaries. The pessimist is there to warn people about the worst possible outcomes and to warn people away from, you know, the more dangerous of our inclinations and shit. It's like it's likened in that book and in other places I've read it likened to the relationship between a balloon and the string, which ties it down, right? So you've got a balloon, and it floats, but it only exists for what it is because of that string. If that string is to snap or not be listened to, that string, of course, being the pessimist in this analogy, then that balloon would just float away into the stratosphere and eventually just pop and fall into the ocean. You know what I mean? But because it has that string, it can be a balloon. It can be what it is. Yin and yang. Exactly. Somebody in the chat saying yin and yang. So, you know, this idea that, like, but pessimists are horribly fucking maligned as people because we kind of don't buy anything. We don't buy any of it. We question everything. We ask the tough questions. We don't accept the rationalizations. You know, we're not doing it to be combative. We're just doing it because that's the way we are, man. I can't see it from your perspective. I could never get excited about voting for Joe Biden. The absolutely tiny, immeasurable, incremental change that might come from a Biden presidency is just something that I get more excited about my first dump of the day. I'm sorry. That's just where I'm at. People need to drop the, oh yeah, I got that one, rugged individualism. One of my most influential professors told us that we need to start having these conversations because if not, we're doomed. People have to be force-fed it. Yeah. A few of my favorite directors. I mean, I don't want to let it derail it, but just very quickly. Paul Thomas Anderson, Denis Villeneuve, Alfred Hitchcock. I love Martin Scorsese's films, most of them. Me and TJ kind of disagree on this, but oh fuck, I'm brain farting his goddamn name. Guy that fucking directed Scarface. I'm terrible with fucking names. It's kind of a conspiracy nut. Yeah. Brian De Palma, right? Quentin Tarantino, yeah. Okay. And that's it. Derailment over. You can go look into the movies of those people. I like Benicio del Toro as well. His movies tend to be really good. He's a guy I always watch. I mean, Kubrick is implied. Like anybody that does it, you know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like Kubrick should just be implied. But yes, for those that need to hear his name mentioned when this question is asked, yes, Stanley Kubrick. Possibly the greatest director that ever lived in the history of all time and forever, and ever will live. A strong argument could be made. What should we do, Paul? What is your solution? Can I present you with a scary but very true answer? There probably isn't a solution. And I want you to let that really sink in. Now, you don't have to believe it, but I want you to consider it. Do me a favor, all right? Consider it. There's no solution. There's nothing we can do. There's nothing you as an individual can do. There's nothing we as a collective can reasonably be expected to do. Any of the scenarios in which something does change are fanciful and silly. It would require mass organization of mass amounts of people. And we're so stratified and different and opposed to one another now that it seems way more likely we're about to fight each other. So, you know, we would all have to unite in opposition of corporatism and greed and the hoarding of resources and capital. That's not going to happen. So it's just like, yeah, there's probably not a solution. We're probably fucked. And that doesn't necessarily mean that you should just fucking throw your hands up and give up. But I think you ought to know it. I mean, it should make your everyday a little bit more precious. It should make you at least appreciate, you know, the biology of existence a little more to know that you're living in dire fucking times. But it's also an apprehensive way to live. And, you know, I've been this way since 9/11. I, like other adults that lived through that day, have a form of like national PTSD. I've never felt safe since that day. And I've never felt less safe than I do now. And that has colored my view on politics way more than my bent towards pessimism ever will. Watching how we as a populace danced to the tune of our government, and then watching how that self-same government just gave hand over fist money to corporate contacts, corporate fucking cronies, giveaways via tax breaks for the ultra rich. It was fucking insane to me. It was like a fucking slap in my face. It was a wake-up call. Turned me into a leftist like overnight. If there was a question in my mind at that age about where I stood on the political spectrum, and by that time I had moved pretty far to the left, that event at the end, once I processed everything that had happened and saw the fucking way that we responded to it, guaranteed me being a leftist. Like, see, that's the thing. I don't really talk with right-wing people trying to convince them that they're wrong about things, because I'm immune to that kind of argument as well. I mean, I'd like to think that if some right-wing dude just was able to show me logically that I'm just absolutely fucking wrong, provably and scientifically wrong, and that I should adopt his position, that I would do it, but I probably wouldn't. And the self is, you know, the same thing can be said on the other side for a lot of people. That's why when I was saying politics is poison earlier, I meant it. It's designed to be that way. These social issues, like these wedge issues, and the way that the news media plays them to us constantly, while simultaneously pumping us full of fear and anxiety about everything, while simultaneously encouraging us to purchase things. I mean, there's a reason behind all of it. It's not happenstance that we live in a world like this. And ultimately, I don't think there's an answer, man. Things are too far gone. There was an answer maybe back when I was a kid. Maybe my parents' generation or the generation right before it, maybe they had a chance to stop this. But it's gone too far. And, you know, there's cataclysm on the horizon for humanity. And what the species is, if anything, after that, I don't know. But knowing those things, it's really hard for me to participate in the dog and fucking pony show that is American electoral politics anymore, you see? And that's why I won't be convinced. That's why I won't be convinced to be a voice for the lesser of two evils bargain anymore, because I think it keeps people's heads locked in this unwinnable, by design, zero-sum, two-party system game that just keeps us at each other's throats while nothing of substance really changes. Or the changes that do happen so incrementally and so slowly. And then they're just as incrementally and just as slowly bled dry. So it's like, you know, we get this huge surge towards leftism, right, with the New Deal. We establish Social Security benefits and a ton of other rights for human beings that had never existed before. And now the fund for that is just basically non-existent. We're trillions of dollars in debt. The national debt is, I think it's over $1 trillion now. And we continuously have borrowed against the money that we, and when I say we, I mean human beings who pay taxes, have paid into that fund to the point where it's basically erased 20 million times over. We're underwater. And that's what happens in a system like this. 23 trillion. Jesus fuck. You guys know that there would be a miracle on planet Earth if that $23 trillion in terms of the purchasing power and just general power that amount of capital represents. If that was unleashed on the planet in a positive way, it would be like an episode of the fucking Care Bears or something. The world would change overnight. That debt there, that capital that is owed because of the theft that has gone on decade after decade after decade after decade after decade after decade by the banking class and the business class. If you inverted that pyramid, right now it's an inverted pyramid. If you turned it into an actual fucking standing pyramid and unleashed the power represented in $23 trillion of capital onto the planet in positive ways, housing, education, Medicare for all, or fuck Medicare, healthcare is a human right. There would be a new fucking renaissance. See, this is the truth. This is the sad truth of it, is that the potential is there. The fact that there's $23 trillion of debt, right, means that there is the possibility that we as a people could generate in market terms, $23 trillion worth of capital, worth of power. The power that confers, fucking insane. But we've given it away. And these banks and these Wall Street firms, they've taken it. They've borrowed against it. They've made bad bets. And then when they lose, they still get paid. And all that money's got to come from somewhere. Risky bets, continuous borrowing. There's not an answer. Looking like a pimp mad scientist, looking dope. Okay, dude, thanks. Thanks for the $2, Donnie Slime. I don't think Biden is the answer. I don't think any type of participation in any political institution is the answer. I don't think there really is an answer. I think the time for answers and solutions and bringing us back from the cliff passed about 20 or 30 fucking years ago, and that's it. Doomer dude, I know. I know. I just, I wish that other people reacted to that reality like I do. Because my first thought is oh shit, just like yours. And my second thought, though, is, man, we got to ensure that if there are people left after this, that they build something different. Like we gotta do our best to ensure that they know what did this to the world. And that's where my accelerationism comes in. You know, I want those of us that are of like mind to just make sure that the people that might be left in some way, we spread our ideas to enough people that they know what the enemy was. And when they rebuild, they don't allow that enemy back into their lives. Paul, if someone is suicidal on Twitter and they receive the do it comment from someone else, is that someone guilty of something, or is it the person who is suicidal on social media to blame? I don't know if the person that says do it is guilty of any crime other than being a total fucking cunt, which, isn't punishable, I don't think, in most places. I'd understand if Twitter kicked someone for that. I don't really care. I don't think Twitter should be kicking anybody. I don't think Twitter should exist. I don't think there should be a monetized platform for speech that's listened to by the national news media, but tightly controlled by the corporation that fucking owns it. I think that Twitter should be nationalized, or at least the entire platform of speech on the internet should be immediately nationalized. And these manipulative vampire tech companies that have sprung up around nothing other than learning how to sell you more shit quicker can die on the fucking vine, because they don't serve any purpose. They serve no positive purpose for humanity. So fuck them. Nationalize the conversation space and let said what is said, but make that appended to people's names, so when they say things, they have to stand by it. Make everybody's shit searchable. So if you want to know where somebody stands on something, you can see what they've said about shit. No more alts, no more bullshit. No more pretending we're all fucking Guy Fawkes on the internet. 2 accounts. One with all your fucking personal information visible on it. One anonymous account. And that's it. That's how you make a fucking internet that actually works as a place where human beings can meet and share ideas. Right now, it's literally a corporate hellscape there. It's an ad targeting campaign. It's a campaign to get more shit that you don't need in front of your face by monetizing disagreement. By monetizing disagreement and idol worship. Oh, I wish I looked like this guy. Oh, I really disagree with that guy. Buy the Colgate. To steal a fucking Bill Hicks bit. What if you want to have some fun? That's what your anonymous account is for. Go troll away, but when you get banned, don't come crying. Come back on your normal account and say that shit, or find somewhere else to go troll on your anonymous account. You got 2 accounts. So be careful. Have fun, but do it discreetly. And don't do it at the expense of too many other fucking people, or you get banned. I mean, it seems pretty fucking fair. Thank you, Paul. I agree with your social media accounts idea entirely. Yeah, well, cool. But yeah, no, fuck Twitter. Twitter should be dismantled. It should be immediately nationalized. There should be a centralized place where people can go and congregate. If these tech companies want to help the government design that by selling themselves to the government for a price or whatever the fuck, that's fine. And just, have the government take over this, shut the rest of it down. This monetization of fucking conflict between people. Over. It's got to be over. Paul needs a Snickers. Anybody got one? I've heard Snickers satisfies. Paul, I just learned about Diogenes today. How has he affected your life? Well, if you read about Diogenes, his ultimate critique, at least as I have come to understand it, is a critique of civilization itself and the silliness of it. And maybe he's right. Diogenes was critical of any authority, any rule, any proclamation from any man, any collection of men, and he had no desire to join them or be a part of them. In fact, he did everything he could to be apart from them. And he did this for philosophical reasons. He's, kind of an absurdist. Right. Diogenes probably never existed and was used as an object lesson by other philosophers. This is also true. I hope he was real. I know he was real. In fact, I know he's been real because I know that 1 million Diogenes have lived on this planet. Because the man that is described in Diogenes exists, whether externally or internally. There are tons of internal Diogenes in this world. I'm one of them, believe it or not, and a lot of you might be too. If you have this ache inside of you to just run into the woods and run away from all this fucking anxiety and craziness, you've got a little bit of that Diogenes in you. It's just an internal thing. You suppress it. Some people just do that. They're closer to it. I got a little bit of that in me, that wanderlust, man, that fucking questioning of everything around you, that disdain for other human beings, that disdain for the stupidity of them when they get in a group of 2 or more. That disdain for the stupid rules that they come up with and their stupid moralities. Got a little bit of that in me. I think a lot of people do. So, the fact that Diogenes probably never existed as a human being or was based on some other guy and passed around as an object lesson by other philosophers really doesn't matter any more than the fact that the Joker never existed matters. I mean, they're philosophical archetypes to be examined and applied to the real world. That's why these characters exist. And history is chock full of them. People that actually existed and people that probably never did and people that definitely never did all stand on the same podium in my mind in terms of deconstructing their philosophy and applying it to your own. Yeah, I've become like that the more I learn about how the world works. I've always thought that way just because of my natural bent towards being a storyteller and being raised by storytellers. It's like there's an empathy to storytelling that once you've learned it, you understand that fiction and art are just as important as reality. Like just as important to be examined, just as important. That they're just as much what makes us human as all of the concrete buildings and all of the crazy space rocket ships and shit that we've built. They're every bit as indicative of our humanity, perhaps more. Our dance, our poetry, our theater, our movies, our music. We're on an island of ignorance in a sea of infinite darkness. Oh, dude. Junior Pessimism 101. Paul, what really makes you human? Well, that's a question that nobody can answer. Nobody knows what the real essence of humanity is. We can describe our commonalities. We can have opinions on the matter. But when it comes to it, the essence of humanity is a big question mark. We're an ongoing experiment, run by no one. Who knows, man? Why does there have to be an essence? Why does there have to be a center? Why does there have to be some easy way to describe every human being? I just don't think there does. Paul, what does anxiety feel like to you? To me, it's more existential than anything. Anxiety for me is very physical. It feels like a heart attack. I started having really bad panic attacks when I was about 13 years old, and my parents freaked out because I thought I was having heart problems. And so they took me in, and the doctors put those Holter monitors on me that you take home, put me on all the machines. My ticker was fine. And they finally were like, okay, he's having panic attacks. And apparently this is very common for some people that suffer panic attacks. It feels like your chest is tightening up. You become very aware of your heartbeat. Your heart is elevated. You get sweaty. You start to feel these jolts, and you just feel like you're going to fucking keel over and die. So that's what anxiety feels like to me. And when I'm unmedicated, I can look forward to at least one of those a day, every day, all day, sometimes. Pretty fucked up. I used to have them way less frequently. As I've gotten older, they've gotten more and more frequent. The last 6 months or so of my life, prior to just about a month ago or so, I was having them every day, which was exhausting. I had several of them during the filming of episodes. I had one on the night that I passed out during the weird mental hospital episode we did. Like I had a panic attack during the show, which I believe triggered the syncope. Yeah, weed can make it worse. Like when you're talking about panic attacks, you don't necessarily want to jump and grab weed. That's, for some people it may help. It doesn't for me. Like if I'm having a panic attack, I want to stay as far away from that shit as possible because it can actually make the panic attack worse. I have my meds, thank you. Worry about your own fucking meds. I'm medicated. I've been to the doctor. I'm doing my part. It's like fucking, it's horrible, dude. And people suffer with this shit in silence their whole lives, a lot of them. And it sucks. It sucks that there's not a blanket treatment for these people. It sucks that it's still like considered to be like a dishonorable or a weak thing to talk about. Like there's still people that would look down upon me for being open and honest about the mental illnesses that I have and how I suffer from them, as if it's any different from their gout or tennis elbow or slipped disc or whatever the fuck, a lot of which I have too, by the way. My girlfriend gets the exact same kind of panic attacks. Yeah, it's horrible. I unfortunately, I put other people through it. Like, I really try and have them alone, but it's impossible. And they vary from just me being inconsolable to me just sobbing to me puking in a toilet and just uncontrollably heaving. And all those things happen to me. It's horrible. It's a horrible fucking thing. If there was a switch I could flip to stop it, obviously it would always remain off. I never want to feel that way. Nobody should ever want to feel that way. Does performing help harness that energy for you? In some ways it does, but it can also be a gateway to a panic attack. That's one of the things I've learned on this show, and to a lesser extent on the Drunken Peasants, because my anxiety was still bad then, but my panic attacks had not ramped up. And so I was having them less frequently, but my panic attacks, I'll tell you this, they come from some of the same places in my brain that are engaged when I'm being creative and spontaneous and being improvisational. And sometimes pushing my brain into that space, if I'm already starting to have a panic attack, can make it worse. And I've had that happen on the show. Like I don't remember exactly which shows, but I could go back and listen to the last 6 months of our shows and tell you guys, yep, I was having a panic attack on this show. I mean, for some people, it's probably obvious. I couldn't, list off the shows. It's hard for me. I'm on the show, so once a show is done, it kind of stops existing for me in a way. I have to move on to the next show, but there are a number of shows over the last 6 months where I had panic attacks live, and sometimes I would get up and go get a glass of water and walk around for a second and try and clear my head and come and sit back down. Sometimes I'd get real quiet, turn my camera off. Sometimes when I'm there with the guys, I just obsessively fucking run my hands through my beard where I'm basically pulling it out. I pick at my thumbs. These are healing up. You guys wouldn't be able to see on this shitty camera anyway. But I have this anxiety kind of thing where I pick at like this. I'll sit and pick at my thumbs. And so I just do that shit all fucking day. Sit around unmedicated and just suffer with it. Fucking sucks. I experience disassociation, but not derealization, as I understand it. But teeth grinding, yeah. The strain in your body language matched a lot of my sister's tells, yeah, for sure. I've just, I've been diagnosed with this since like I said, since I was in my early teens. And I've gone through periods of my life where I'm unmedicated. I've gone through periods of life in my life where I'm medicated. I'm in a period now where I'm medicated, which has led to me to be able to do these types of shows again. And to be able to give 110% of myself to the shows that I'm doing, which I'm happy about. It's gotten my panic out of the way of my work at the very least. Which episode was your panic attacks at your worst? Look at episodes from 3 months ago. 3 or 4 months ago, and start watching forward till about a month ago, and you'll find them right in that fucking zone. Is probably where the shit was really at its worst for me. So do you hate Flash Fried because you guys pick negative stories or because the world is genuinely bad? Neither. I just don't like the news. I don't enjoy it the way other people do. I don't like it as I like a news story here and there as a prompt for a discussion, but I don't like a show where I'm forced to sit and slog my way through 8 or 10 or 20 news stories. You know what I mean? It's just not, the format doesn't appeal to me. I prefer long form discussions on a single topic. So that's what my episodes usually are when I pull them for the show. I focus in on a topic and we talk about some examples of it, and I try and foster a conversation about that topic because that's what I like to do. That's really where my head is at. That's what this is about. Highdeology is all about getting caught on these tangents and spending an hour and 20 minutes talking about your mental health or talking pessimism or talking voting or, you know what I mean? So that's really what I try and foster. I like that. And the tightly controlled and compacted nature of Flash Fried, where we have a selection of news stories that we must react to in order, feels constraining, and I don't like doing it. That's really why I don't like it. The irony of it is your frustration and irritation is one of the biggest appeals to Flash Fried. Yeah, I know. I get it. I understand why the show is appealing. I never said I don't understand why people like it. And I try and make it appealing. There are some days, my honest reaction would be this. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So we're fucked. Yeah. Okay. I got it. I mean, that's like in my personal life, if I was forced, like if I was faced with some, like TJ came over to my house with a list of articles and started reading them to me, and there was no camera on it, that's probably about the level I would react to these to these stories most of the time. Now, sometimes one of them really like tickles my funny bone or like inspires like some kind of like tangential thought in me that ends up being funny, and I like those moments. But most of these news stories, and it's always been true, even if you go back to the DP days when we were doing DP Action News, it was the same shit. It's like, all right, I got to be a performer. I really got to work hard to try and wring any kind of interest out of this. So I'm going to pretend to be real interested in it, or I'm going to take an opposing viewpoint, or I'm going to attack the way that this dude looks in the picture. Or I'm going to, you know what I mean? Because in my personal life, if somebody presented me with that same story, they might get like a, huh, all right, well, okay. You know what I mean? Paul, I don't know if your rage attacks have to do with your anxiety, but they are hilarious and love the genuine anger, so I'd love to see more if possible. So part of the problem with that right now is that I live in an apartment building. And so I have to really be cognizant of screaming like that, especially at night. But like we do the shows during the day, but even during the day, like I don't want somebody calling the cops thinking that I'm in here killing somebody. You know what I mean? So it kind of limits that range of my performance, and I have to work around it. Now, it's actually really interesting for me because there have been times, I think, in my career as a podcaster or whatever the fuck I am, that I've overused that rage. And so it's interesting now to be in a position where I really can't use it. As a performer, I think it's challenging, and it challenges my ability to be funny in other ways. And it reminds me not to rely maybe too heavily on allowing myself to get to that really genuinely angry place. Can't wait till you guys are in the new studio and we get full rage tilt or full rage Paul back. Yeah, I mean, sure. Let out a nice scream. No, thank you. No, thank you. So yeah, any other questions? I'm feeling particularly honest tonight, so we can do a little Q&A segment. Ask about the content, ask about the folks that I work with. I'll answer every question honestly, except for the questions that I choose to answer dishonestly. That's the promise that I give to you. What I want to be when I was little, the first thing I remember wanting to be was a marine biologist. I went on a field trip to the Monterey Bay Aquarium, and we met a marine biologist, and I learned that their job included getting to mess around with cool fish and otters, and I was like, I'm sold. I love the ocean. I want to be a marine biologist. Talent show, we actually talked about the talent show today. We've lit a fire under TJ's ass. It's always been his baby, so, but I actually think it's going to happen. How's the bacon? I mean, we could check the bacon real quick while we're doing this. I got no problem with showing you the bacon. I mean, it's looking okay. It's coming along. It still needs some time. Still needs quite a bit of time, to be honest with you, when you're slow frying bacon like this, you know. Looking crispy. Yeah, it's starting to look nice. Mm-hmm. Will there be an election night episode? I would imagine there would not only be an election night episode, but probably some debate night episodes as well. Do you think Maxwell will release the dirt? Not unless it really benefits her. If she gets a really sweet deal cut, she'll release some dirt. That is if she doesn't kill herself, which is highly likely. It's highly likely that that happens before she ever sees a day in court or ever testifies a word. Are you ever going to make videos again like back in 2009? You guys want me to do one right now? Like, do you understand that like Highdeology is basically a long form version of one of those videos? I never scripted my videos. I never fucking wrote my videos. I always performed my videos extemporaneously. I thought of a topic. I would rant on the topic and I would be done with it. And that's what I do here with conversation in between. So no, I mean, I did one earlier. I literally did one earlier. That whole fucking rant about pessimism and shit would have been a video earlier. That whole rant about pessimism and voting and not wanting to stand in the way of leftists while simultaneously wanted to scream in their faces how fucking wrong and stupid it is that they're backing a corporate candidate. Go on an old school atheist rant. They even have, like, is there even Christian YouTubers anymore? Let me see if I can do this for you guys. Just like I used to back in the day. Let's find ourselves a little Christian YouTube. Let's see, Christian argument. Christian argument. Devout Christian reveals his angst-ridden frustration about Christianity. Looks like the fucking... It really looks like the atheists won. There's not a lot of... There's a lot of atheists arguing with Christians. There's not a lot of just like arguments for... Okay, Ravi Zacharias on the Christian view of homosexuality. Thinking biblically about homosexuality. This is an hour-long video, so we're not going to do that. Why science hasn't disproved Christianity? No, I'm not going to get clickbaited. Let's see. I mean, there's like see back in the day on YouTube, there used to be this like plethora of normal people that were like making like, here's my Christian video. And now it's all like, you know, I don't know, produced shit. How does one prevent oneself from disassociating from actions? I tend to never feel like I'm doing anything. Instead, it feels like I'm watching someone else do it. I don't know the answer to that question, man. I wish I could give you more than that for your $10, but, you know, at least I'm honest with you. I have no fucking clue, dude. Most common Christian argument refuted. Yeah, it's all... Okay, so let's see. Christian versus atheist. I want to see if, like, best debate ever versus atheist. The Christian wins, but it's 2 hours and 13 minutes long. I'm not watching it. Christian and atheist swap questions at a forum. Blah. Let's see. Christianity. Let's see. Let me search for something like atheism is a sin. Can an atheist even date a Christian? That's a BuzzFeed video. That's not, I'm not clicking on that. Is atheism a sin by the Hindu Academy? Like, it just doesn't exist anymore, guys. Like, you want me to make these videos, but like the content doesn't exist anymore. There's a video here by Mr. YouTuber. It says, warning, atheism is a sin and will send you to hell. I wonder if he's trolling. Should I get clickbaited by this guy? His video has literally 35 views. Let's get clickbaited, shall we? Let's get clickbaited by this guy. Let me put my headphones on. So we can see what's doing here with this guy. All right, that's enough of that. Here we go.
Hello, everyone. All right, so I have a message to all atheists.
All right, we're all atheists here, right? Everybody raise your hand if you're an atheist. I just want to make sure that we're all atheists because you got a message for us. So I don't want to waste anybody's time if they just happen to not be atheists. So hands in the air. We're atheists, right?
Please do not be deceived, but be blessed, be glorified in the name of God. I know you don't believe in him, but I must warn you that if you do not believe in God and what he represents, he stands for, and I'm not just talking about an ordinary God, I'm talking about the only one and only true God, Jehovah. The one who is the God of the universe, the God of us, the God of animals, the God of the plants, the trees, the stars, the skies, heaven and earth, the God who's merciful, who's loving, who's forgiving, and all righteous.
I feel like in the post-truth world, it's hard for me to tell if this dude is just fucking really trolling super hard or what. But just in case he isn't, back in the day, what I would have said was, yeah, the God of having a man's daughters rape him. The God of having a man's daughters raped by a mob so that an angel doesn't get raped. The God of feeding children to bears for calling bald old men baldy. I mean, need I continue? The list goes on and on. The God of go and sack their fucking cities and kill everyone inside, but save the women and the young children for yourselves. That God, you know, the God of mercy and justice and righteousness and light and purity and holiness. The God of, if you don't have a smear of lamb's blood over your fucking door, we're going to come and kill your child in the night. I'm gonna send a literal fucking demon angel of death into your house and kill your child, kill your firstborn son in the night. Yeah, the God of mercy and justice, right? And tolerance and love.
That I've done some research and I found out that God has told me that in prayer, that even though I can't really see him and hear him at first, but in a dream I can, God has shown me and told me that atheism can take you to hell. Now,
so you had a dream? God, so wait a minute. This is a troll, dude. See, this is the problem. Like, this dude's got 25 views on this video. And this is really the only thing out there. And really what he's doing is he's trying to bait somebody like me that's got more viewers to come and respond to him like he's a real Christian.
now I know a lot of you may think, oh, what is he talking about? I never heard of that. What is going on? Now, I know there's no scripture in the Bible that says if you're an atheist, you will go to hell. See, let me put it this way. I love the people who are atheists as human beings, but I hate the atheism. That means the ways of not believing in God. If you don't believe in God, he will show you what he's all about, because you're a non-believer and he wants.
Well, I mean, I agree, dude. I don't hate you as like just like a human being. I do hate the stupid, backwards, Bronze Age fucking ideology that you base your life on. I do hate that. So I guess that's the atheist version of hate the sinner, not the sin, you know? Like, I'm sure you're probably a decent dude. We could probably sit and play Xbox and it wouldn't be totally awful, you know? Maybe. You don't look like a guy that partakes in beer, but I think if, you know, we threw some burgers on the grill and had some cold ones together, we might have a good time, maybe. But, yeah. If this stupid, backwards, anti-scientific nonsense that you have chosen to live your life by comes up, then it's probably going to be an unpleasant night.
He wants to understand. He wants you to understand that he's real, he exists, and everything that he stands for is real.
And so he sent you? He sent you? You're the fucking emissary for that? You're his best bet? Yeah. Let me go possess this guy with the charisma of a literal sea cucumber and make him my fucking holy voice on earth. He's going to convince so many fucking atheists, dude. Let me shoot the power of God up his ass tonight in a dream and send him out amongst the fucking as sheep amongst the wolves.
Heaven. Hello.
Everybody's like, Paul getting trolled. Well, that was the point. The point is like I did my best to find an actual Christian making these arguments. And the closest I could find was this dude who is probably like 85 to 90% trolling. Because people wanted to see me make a video like I used to make back in the day. So, I mean, I guess there's that. You've seen it. I've heard so much of Josh Feuerstein that I can't watch his videos. I'm sorry. I have to decline your request for me to cover Josh Feuerstein. Pretty much if I ever covered the person in perpetuity for more than fucking 2 or 3 shows on DP, I'm so uninterested in them as people now that it's beyond the pale to even consider like checking up on them or watching any of their shit. And Josh is near the top of that list. Like he's a dude. You know what the best thing that Josh Feuerstein ever gave the world was?
What it do?
That sound drop right there. Because it was in one of his stupid ass fucking videos where he met some dude out in front of a fucking grocery store or something.
What it do?
That's the best thing that ever happened. There's your Josh Feuerstein commentary. The best thing he ever made was introducing us all to
What it do?
a channel called What Do You Meme just made a Christian apologetics vid on TJ actually. With a channel name like What Do You Meme, I'm supposed to go there and take that seriously? But no, hold on. This dude though, right?
Hello everyone. All right, so I have a message to all atheists.
This dude's trolling, but I'm supposed to go to a channel named What Do You Meme and watch their Christian apologetics video, because that one's definitely real. What do you meme? Get the fuck out of here. There's a channel named What Do You Meme. Go watch that video and seriously respond to anything they say. If you've got meme in the title of your fucking podcast or channel or whatever the fuck, you can count me. You can just put me on the list of people who's never interested in watching you. It's like a herpes sore to me on the lip of a possible blind date. You know what I mean? It's like just a giant fucking red flag warning. It's like, run the other direction, please. Weep, weep, weep. Meme analysis. I've actually seen meme analysis, and I'll give you that. The exception that proves the rule, because most channels with the term meme in their title are nowhere near as insightful or entertaining as meme analysis. Watch Chad Prather's Unapologetically Southern. I'd rather not, man. I'd rather not. Is it a song? Because if it's a song, I can't really play it. Let's see. Okay, yeah, he's a verified partner, so there's a good chance that, like, I might get my fucking channel banned watching his video, which is so fucking sad, but I guess I'll roll the dice. Well, maybe, like, if he wants to file a DMCA, there's really nothing I'll be able to do, even though I'm doing it for fucking critique and criticism. So is this guy a fucking troll too? What do you meme? Is this guy a fucking troll too, or is this the real deal? Is this real content or is this meme content? I guess we'll find out.
Well, it may be a little early in the week for a rant, but I got a message today that I thought you might enjoy. Somebody said, Chad, we're offended by your Southern accent.
If somebody told me that this dude was the brother of Joe Exotic from fucking Tiger King, I'd believe them. He seems like the straight-laced brother of Joe Exotic from Tiger King. Like, if you just put a golden mullet on him and, like, a neck tat, he would basically be... He sounds exactly like Joe Exotic and looks exactly like Joe Exotic.
It proves to us you're not intelligent. Well, maybe I'm not that smart. I would love to be as smooth, sophisticated, suave, and debonair as those of you who send me those messages seem to be.
Well, that seems practiced, rehearsed, and insincere. I wonder how many times he had to stand in the mirror with those fucking pearly white bleached teeth. What a redneck, by the way. What kind of redneck goes to the fucking... what kind of proud southern redneck goes to the dentist to get his teeth bleached like he's a fucking... Like he's a fucking 30-year-old swimsuit model or something trying to fucking brighten her smile up. Yeah. I wonder how many fucking tries did it take in the mirror to get that down, to get this whole like little litany of 50-cent college words out.
As suave and debonair as those of you who send...
I would like it swab. Hold on, I want to hear this shit.
It proves to us you're not intelligent. Well, maybe I'm not that smart. I would love to be as smooth, sophisticated, suave, and debonair as those of you who send me those...
Swab. I would like to be smooth, sophisticated, suave, and debonair as most of you who send by... Yeah, dude. You're really coming across fucking, dude. You've sold me on your fucking intelligence now, bro. Everything about you is practiced. You're a fucking fake redneck, bro. I'm more redneck than you, and I'm a long-haired hippie piece of shit that envisions a world with no fucking borders. And I'm a more credible redneck than you. You're sitting in a fucking truck, it looks like, that probably has never been off a road. You're wearing a fucking Stetson hat that you probably only break out for these goddamn videos. You're a fucking poser redneck. Your teeth are too nice to be a redneck. Your beard is too nicely trimmed, and you're way too practiced and rehearsed, because a real redneck can come off the dome with... This is a fucking 1 minute and 53-second video. A real redneck, if they've got a rant they got to get out, they can get it out in 2 minutes without practicing in the mirror and hitting up their fucking dentist first to get their teeth bleached. Fucking poser bitch. I'd out redneck you in a fucking dress. Put my big fat ass in a fucking dress and 6-inch stiletto heels, and I'd be more of a redneck than you. Anybody that watches you that thinks that there's anything genuine about you is a sad fuck.
Messages seem to be. I wish that I could articulate my thoughts and enunciate my words as well as you master communicators must be capable of doing. However, I grew up in the state of Georgia where Southern dialect really was our only option.
Wasn't your only option, it's just the option you chose. And I don't buy this Southern Georgia bullshit. You chose to speak the way that you do, and you've chosen your entire life to do it, and you choose to continue to, so quit making fucking excuses.
And now, after living all these years in the state of Texas, nobody yet has stopped me for using a phrase such as y'all, or gonna, or fixin' to.
Why would they? And by the way, the idea that those phrases only exist down in fucking Texas and Georgia further proves to me that you're a bougie fucking redneck impersonator.
Yet you say it makes me sound less than intelligent.
Nobody fucking saying that. There's nobody in the fucking world saying y'all makes you sound less intelligent. It's probably the shit you say after y'all that people call you less intelligent for. Y'all is usually how you get everybody's fucking attention right before you say the shit that's less intelligent. Dumb fuck.
You can stop listening. In fact, nobody ever invited you into the conversation. It's okay.
Well, then shut your fucking mouth. Quit flashing your blindingly white teeth at me, you fucking poser. Look at how clean that fucking truck is. Bet you let your wife drive it around the fucking strip mall every once in a while, right? You're probably picking up packages. Those packages back there are probably for her. It's probably the only time you really get to take it out anymore is when you're driving it around to the strip mall and back and forth to work. You fucking poser redneck. Fuck you.
Just walk away. If that's all it takes really to offend your feeble mind, however, let me remind you, we got a lot of guns down here. We hunt, we fish, we burn up the ozone.
Oh, trust me, nobody's ever going to forget you got a lot of goddamn fucking guns down there. You'll never let us fucking forget how many guns your fucking poser ass has, will you? Because that makes you a real redneck, doesn't it? How many guns you got. What a dumb fuck. Yeah, I am triggered. I'm triggered because I grew up around real rednecks. I was raised more redneck than this guy has ever known in his life. I bet this guy's never scraped the mud off of one of his shoes before. He looks softer than a muffin. He looks muffin soft, like fresh out of the fucking oven when they're too hot to take out of the fucking baking pan still. Ooh, buttery and soft. This motherfucker is soft. He's a soft bitch hiding underneath a fucking cowboy hat. And a fucking $100 silk fucking cowboy shirt that his wife bought him for his fucking birthday. Fuck this bougie prick.
Layer with our four-wheel drive trucks and our diesel engines.
Yeah, your four-wheel drive truck that you're not allowed to take off-road because your wife gets mad when you bring it home muddy. That thing you're sitting in's never been off-road, you lying sack of shit. Dude, I've been off-roading. I grew up in a fucking family. They paid dues to an off-road club. And you know what I never saw at the off-road club? A hat like yours that doesn't have a single fucking spot of grime or dirt or sweat on it. And a shirt like yours. And a big old pearly white smile like yours. You know what I saw? Some fucked up rednecks driving some fucked up, lifted up fucking four-wheel drive trucks across creeks and up hills and shit. We got a little four-wheel drive trucks. I guarantee you, man, I would eat a fucking shoe if this motherfucker's ever been off-road. In anything. He might have ridden his fucking BMX off-road when he was a fucking kid. Muffin soft motherfucker talking about fucking off-roading and getting his truck muddy when he's got his wife's packages in the back of it because he just picked them up at the FedEx for her. Decided to stop and make this 1 minute and 53-second rant real quick.
We refer to women in our lives as dear darling and sweetheart, not as a term that's derogatory or offensive, but as a term of endearment, and most of them tend to like it. We teach our children to say ma'am and sir to their elders, and to do so for the rest of their lives as a sign of respect, no matter how old they get.
And that's not, number one, that is not a fucking property that is attributable to most rednecks. Most rednecks do not train their children to say ma'am and sir. And number two, white people are not the only people that train their children to say ma'am and sir as a sign of respect when they're speaking to their elders.
Believe it or not, no matter what the media wants to tell you, we get along by and large with people who are not just like us, whether it's differences in the color of their skin or the country they come from, or yes, even those of you up north. Y'all come on down. And ladies, no matter how liberated you get, we as Southern gentlemen, we've been taught and we're going to fight for the right to hold the door open for you. I'm sorry if that.
Well, thank you, sir, for your virtue signal. Maybe when I see you heading into the dentist for your next tooth bleaching, I'll hold the door open for you, or would that be presumptuous of me, sir? Well, look what we have here, a mint julep-sipping southern aristocrat. Just like the old days, laying his fucking coat down in the puddle. Dude is faker than a fucking $3 bill.
That's offensive. Yep, our parents disciplined us as we were growing up with something a little bit stronger than time out. And
yeah, they beat you. And by the way, I don't believe that your parent ever raised a fucking hand to you. Nobody that was beaten as a child turns into some kind of fucking caricature like you're trying to play. So I call into question you ever being beaten. But you're right. People from our generation were beaten. I was one of them. You were beaten. If that happened to you, you were beaten as a child and you didn't benefit from it. It probably instilled you with a lot of the problems that you have that you're not going to talk about because it's all sunny smiles down here in the South, isn't it? Come on down, y'all. Come on down, y'all. We're just as welcoming as peach pie on a hot summer day. We're just as welcoming as a big old tall mason jar full of sweet tea down here. Fucking loser.
taught us self-respect, self-discipline, and respect for other people.
Oh, did they? Oh, they taught you for respect for other people, did they? Need I make the counter argument, motherfucker? You're talking about the South here, right? Now, you particularly, like you as a person, may not be fucking racist, but let's make something plain. There's a lot of racist motherfuckers that look just like you down here. Well, actually, they don't look just like you. Most of them don't have enough money to buy caps and get them bleached twice a year. But in terms of skin tone, they look a lot like you, and they're racist as fuck, and I bet you don't care. I bet you don't stop those motherfuckers, do you? Not going to talk about that part of the South. It's all just mint juleps.
I'm sorry if the way we talk offends you. Not really.
This guy's like, he's a really hateable fucking guy, man. This dude is just, oh my God.
Hey, love y'all, really do. And here's another term we use down south, and we're not ashamed of it. God bless. Facebook poke. Well, it may be a little early in the week.
Are you happy? What? Oh my God. Pardon me while I pack this bowl. Give me a moment, ladies and gentlemen. I'm still with you, but Calgon, take me away. Holy fuck, man. Holy fuck.
You need to shut the fuck up.
The most bothersome thing about this guy to me is his LARPing a fucking actual redneck, man. That's more offensive to me than his stupid fucking apologetics for the South. Racist, poverty-stricken, implicitly segregated shithole that it is. This guy's just a bougie fucking white dude. This guy's like all the country singers now who dress like cowboys but never set foot on a farm. I mean, you don't have to have set foot on a farm to be a redneck. See, there's like when I said that me, as I sit here today, am more redneck than him, I fucking meant it. Like there are rednecks that don't like this idea that rednecks are these clean cut motherfuckers that are selling you this stupid I'm sitting in my truck philosophy. Anybody who's buying into that shit has never been around a redneck before. Rednecks look way more like I do than they do this dude. I've seen way more rednecks with long ass hair and scraggly beards like mine than that look like this fucking dude that shops at the upscale Western store and never gets his shirts dirty because his wife won't let him. Dude, my left nut has more redneck in it than this dude. I would love for this dude to come and fucking actually chill with me and my cousins at my mom's house for like a barbecue. I missed your super chat. Mea culpa, my friend. Hold on 1 second and I'll scroll back and check that for you. Yeah, this dude wouldn't last 15 fucking seconds amongst real rednecks, for real. React to video called Life of a 24-Year-Old CEO. Oh, no, man. I'm not doing it. I'm sorry. You're only giving $2. I don't mean to put a price tag on it, but I just did this fucking stupid rednecks video for you, and I'm done for a minute. And that just sounds insufferable, so I don't want to do it. Chat's trying to torture me tonight, man. What did I do? What did I do to deserve such disrespect tonight, chat? What the fuck have I done? I have only ever tried to be your friend, chat. I exist. Oh, well, I can't deny that. Guilty as charged. I do exist. I think I exist. Shit. I flushed you out of love. I put you in a plastic bag first because I love you, god damn it. Your reaction to that bouge neck was the best part of the stream. Maybe it was. If it was, it'll probably get pulled as a piece of content to be used down the line. Maybe it'll show up on the Deep Fat Fried channel. A little love flush never hurt nobody. That's exactly right. I remember I got in trouble once because I said I made a joke. I can't remember. Do any of you that were around in the DP days remember what this drama was about? I made some joke about a kid getting a swirly. We covered some video where some mom jokingly gave her kid a swirly, and the kid giggled his way through it and laughed. And I was like, and pretty much everybody on the Peasants was like, man, that's fucked up. Yeah, she shouldn't have done that. And I was like, I gotta be honest with you guys, in this particular instance, like, I don't really see the problem. Like, the kid was clearly, it was a joke. The toilet looked pretty clean. Like, I know it's a toilet, and she probably shouldn't have done it, but like, is this really worth freaking out about? Like, the kid laughed it off and ran out of the room squealing and having a good time. I never got a swirly from my parents, but my parents might have done something similar. It just seemed like harmless, like family pranks. Seemed like a family dynamic that was pretty good. She wasn't abusing the kid or anything. He was laughing and giggling. She was clearly not being serious about it. And I was just like, nah, man. Yeah, she just gave him a little swirly. I mean, what the fuck? People were acting like this kid was going to grow up to be like some kind of fucking serial killer or something because his mom gave him a swirly. I was like, dude, my mom gave me wedgies and shit. Like, I got wedgies and shit back in the day from my mom and my dad. You know what I mean? Families do pranks. Pranks be happening in families. You know what I mean? Look how I turned out. Yeah, I think I did okay. I mean, by what metric am I not doing okay? You can go ahead and list them, Alexander. You seem to be in a very negative mood tonight, Alexander Frosch, with no fucking profile pic. Never heard of an actual bully giving anyone swirlies. I bet it probably happened. The only reason I know it probably happened is because trash canning is a thing, which is another bully tactic that you don't really hear people talk about anymore, but that like actually used to happen back when I was in high school to people. Almost happened to me. I was almost trash canned. That's a story, man. I think I've told the story before, but since it came up, I was almost trash canned my freshman year on the worst day of my life. My mom, and because she loved me, I want to put that out there. She did this because she loved me. My mom, for my freshman year, went down to this place in Madera, California called Pete's Sports Shop and ordered me a set of like Madera Coyotes. The Coyotes were the mascot of the high school that I was going to, by the way. Madera Coyotes themed gym equipment for me to dress out into. Guys, get this. With my name, P. Parkey, embroidered on the lapel and the left leg of the shorts that were branded Madera Coyotes. She got these for me, right? And I knew, I was like, but like she was insistent. She was like, you have to have the right kind of clothes to dress out into. They say right here, this is a place that you can go, and I got you those clothes. And I was like, oh, man. And so immediately, right, I'm dreading it. And I have first period PE my freshman year. So I go and I dress out. And all the other dudes are wearing just normal, like, basketball shorts and T-shirts. And they're looking at me. And this dude, Brett, who actually went on, we'll talk about it later. He went on to be the mayor of my little town. Looks up at me and goes, "What's up, P. Parquet?" And everybody kind of laughed. And I was like, oh, shit, man. And he kind of like clapped me on the shoulder and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Pomegranate Rock is in the house tonight. If you guys remember that reference from back in the day, that's the same kid. What's up, P. Parquet? And I was like, oh. So anyway, I went and did gym, and I came back to my locker, and wouldn't you know it, I forgot the fucking combination to my locker. It was the first day I'd used the fucking combination lock. It was one of those twisty locks. And I thought I had it down. And I had it written down somewhere, but it was in my backpack, which was in the locker. So I went to the fucking coach, and he just laughed. He was like, oh, happens to somebody every time. It's like every first day of school, somebody always does it, and I guess you're this year's lucky winner. He's like, but I got bad news for you. You got to call maintenance for that because they got to bring the bolt cutters over here, and they're pretty busy. Like, it's probably going to take them a while, and you're not going to be able to wait around here, so you're just going to have to go on and go to class. And I looked at him, and I was like, in this? And he looked at me. He, looked me up and down, looked at the Madera Coyotes T-shirt with P. Parquet on it, looked at my little fucking gym shorts with the Coyote emblem on the butt, or whatever the fuck it was, and P. Parquet on it. And he was like, yep. And I was like, oh my fucking God, no. So my first day of high school, and this is no fucking joke. My first day of high school, I had to go to every one of my classes in my P. Parquet shirt. Looking like the world's biggest fucking dork. I'm talking about, like, there were, see, you got to understand, I was fresh out of like 7th and 8th grade. I didn't know skipping was an option. Like, I didn't know you could ditch school yet. I was a good boy. So anyway, as it turns out, I had like fucking 3 or 4 classes with Brett and his friends. We were all the same year, but Brett was in football and shit. And here's why I have to rewind time in the story for a minute. We have to talk about my 7th and 8th grade year. 7th and 8th grade was kind of weird for me. I went to a small kind of rural 8th grade that was part of it was K through 8. So there was actually a kindergarten on campus. It was like we were around 6th graders and shit, all the way down to like, now everybody had different recess times and shit, but you get the drift. It was like a big combined school. And the class sizes back in my day were really small, so you got to know all your classmates pretty well. And there was this one kid in my class, his name was Junior, and he was a big dude. Like, he was the same age as me, and I met him in 7th grade. He was the same age as me, but he was like twice my size, just a big dude, just like TJ, you know what I mean? Like, that size of a dude. And I won't say we were friends because we weren't, but we ended up sitting next to each other in a few classes. And we had like that kind of like, we don't chill outside of class, but in class we're cool kind of relationship. Everybody that's been through school knows what I'm talking about. It's like, yeah, outside of class, we don't really chill much, but when we're chilling, because we sit next to each other in a bunch of classes, in those classes, we're cool. So that was this kid, Junior. And I do not want to demean Junior, but Junior was really struggling in school. Like, he was an English second language dude. He spoke English really well. Like, I don't remember him not being fluent, but he just had a hard time in school. Like, he struggled a lot. And he asked me to copy quite often. Not all the fucking time. But like, if he was having a real hard time, he would like, kick my foot across the aisle, and he'd be like, "Hey, Parky, let me copy," or whatever. He'd give me the signal, and I'd give him the signal, like, "All right, wait up," and I'd finish, and I'd pass him the fucking paper, and we'd trade papers, you know what I mean, or whatever the fuck, and he'd look at the answers and write down the answers real quick, and we'd be all covert about it. We never got caught. And this happened all throughout 7th and 8th grade. Like, he and I would, we didn't sit together all the time, because in 7th and 8th grade, they made you start changing classrooms and shit. You didn't have just one room you went to. It was, you had different. So all the class I had with Junior, we always ended up chilling next to each other, because he didn't take advantage of me all the time. For the most part, we just chilled. He was actually a funny guy. We would talk about football a lot. He was way into football. So anyway, flashback forward to the worst day of my life, my first day of my freshman year of high school, the P Parquet day. And it's lunch. And I'm dreading going to my last classes of the day. I'm just like, I'm so done. And so I linger outside, kind of around the side of a building where there weren't a lot of people chilling, to try and limit the amount of people that saw the P Parquet. And wouldn't you know it, but who strolls up but Brett and a couple of his friends, right? And people are still kind of going in, so there's still a few people milling around, but we're relatively secluded around this side of the building, right next to a trash can, as it were. And they were like, "P Parquet, it's time to go in the fucking trash." And I knew what it meant. Like, I knew what trash canning meant. It just meant that they fucking lift you up and they put you in the fucking garbage. And it's gross. And it fucks you all up. And it's a bullying thing. And I was ready to fight. Like, I was like, you're not going to fucking put me in the garbage. But there were like 3 of the dudes, and all 3 of them were bigger than me and presumably better fighters than me. So ultimately, I was going in the garbage one way or the other. But I was at least ready to fight in my P Parquet shirt and my P Parquet pants. You know what I mean? I was ready to throw down. But I swear, guys, it's like a movie. It happened like this. They're picking me up and shit. They're coming at me, and, one of them grabs my arm, and I'm struggling and trying to hit back, and they're going to put me in the fucking garbage, right? And I hear this voice just like, "Hey!" And all of them stop. And one of them turns around and they're like, "What, Junior?" And he was like, "Put him down." It was just straight like that. And the guys like put him down. Or the guys put me down. Like, I'm talking about him like it wasn't me there. They put me down. And he walked over and they were like, dude, we're just messing with him, man. Look at his fucking dorky ass P parquet, you know, blah, 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 blah. It's whatever, man. It's just fucking jokes. And he goes like, this kid right here helped me get through 7th and 8th grade. So you guys leave him the fuck alone. Basically, that was the message. In not so many words, probably. And I tell you what, dude, they used to just like, they didn't leave me the fuck alone totally. Like, they would still like shoot shitty little comments at me every once in a while, but they never fucking like came at me again. For the rest of high school, I got left alone because Junior was like, he was huge. He was immediately a respected dude on the fucking football team. And that was his passion too. So he was really good at it. And so, you know, it's like, it's the karmic loop. You know, I didn't hurt him by helping him pass some of those fucking classes. You know what I mean? I did something that was wrong, but it was to try and help him out. And I didn't have to. I could have told on him to the teacher and gotten him in trouble. And he could have failed and maybe not made it to his freshman year so he could start playing football. Because our, you know, like all country schools, our fucking high school had a really overfunded football team that was taken really seriously. The Madera Coyotes or whatever the fuck. So that's what he wanted to be. And so he got to go there and I got to not be trash canned in my P parquet. But I will tell you this. I went home and I fucking threw that shit away. And my mom didn't notice at first, obviously. Like, I hid it in a fucking plastic shopping bag or whatever the fuck. I wrapped it all up and put it at the bottom of a trash can. I was like, there's no fucking way I'm ever wearing P parquet ever again. And then eventually she asked me about it. And I played it off. I was like, oh, it's in my bag. I'll put it in the fucking laundry later. And she's like, well, make sure you do because I got to do, you know, whatever. I was like, okay. And then eventually she found out. And I told her I fucking threw it away. And she was like, you what? And I was like, Mom, nobody in the fucking class had P parquet. Nobody in the class wears a Coyotes t-shirt, Mom. Everybody wears a normal fucking t-shirt and my normal fucking basketball shorts. That's what I've been wearing. Dude, I got made fun of. And she looked at me and she was like, oh. She's like, well, that's fine then. Why didn't you just tell me? I thought everybody had to have that. I was like, no. She's like, okay, well, whatever. You didn't have to throw them away. You could have used them like knock around clothes around here, but whatever. I'm not going to make you wear them. I was like, okay. Thanks, Mom. Thanks for not making me a total fucking pariah, Mom. I fucking appreciate it, Mom. But yeah, no, thanks to Junior. You know what I mean? I didn't get trash canned. I didn't get fucked with. I didn't get bullied in high school. Like, it just didn't happen. Like, there was this kid that tried to, like, okay. And this is fucking the stupidest shit. There's this kid that, like, tried to bully me but failed at it. Does that make sense? Do you guys even recognize the existence of such a thing? Like, have you ever seen, like, somebody, like, that will try to bully, but they just, like, absolutely fail at the attempt to be a bully? So there was this kid, Mario, right? And he was a fat kid like me, but he was no bigger than me. You know what I mean? And I probably could have taken him in a fight. He didn't look like a fighter or whatever, but he tried to act like he was a badass. He was a Mexican kid, and he tried to act like he was like a hard-ass vato or whatever the fuck, right? And I was in a couple of classes with him. I was in life science and, of all things, fucking sex ed with him, right? And he thought he was bullying me. Like, he had these fucking comments that he would throw at me and shit. But I always had, like, either a better comeback or just no comeback at all. And there was really nobody with him. Like, he was just trying too hard to get social status off of it. And I was just too deft. And so one day I had put Doom 2 on a bunch of, like, the old floppy disks, the old hard 3 1/4, I think they were, floppy discs, like whatever it was. I put Doom 2, or maybe it was Quake 1. It was one of those two. I loaded that up for my friend John. And I was going to give it to him. And I was going to give him to him in that class. And I remember showing him to Mario, right? Because he saw him in my bag and he was like, oh, what are those? I was like, oh, I just, I burned Doom 2 for my friend John so he can put it on his computer. And he's like, oh, you can do that? You can share games? He's like, can I see? And I let him hold one and he gave it back to me. And it was like, oh, all right, man, that's cool, man. Will you burn me one? And I was like, yeah, that's cool. I was like, you got to buy like the floppies. I'm not going to buy a bunch of floppies for you, but if you bring me floppies, I'll burn you a copy. It's pretty easy. He's like, oh, cool, man, cool, whatever. And I was like, all right. And we went on and it went through class. And at the end of class, that shit was just gone out of my bag. And it's just like the stupidest move ever. Because he'd gone through this overblown, like, oh, I'm real interested in that. I would like a copy of that as well. You know what I mean? And then in that class, as I'm not paying attention with my bag down at my feet, that's the class that gets stolen out of my bag. And so, like, I went down to the fucking office because, like, I'm not a snitch. But when it comes to having my shit stolen, I'm sorry. Nobody's going to fucking take shit from me. It's just not going to happen. And I didn't, like, finger the kid at all. I didn't point fingers. I just went like, yeah, some shit was stolen out of my bag. This floppy disks. It's not that important, but I just wanted to know. And the fucking vice principal came out and heard what I had to say and was like, oh, no. What are the names of all the people in your class? And they went around. It was only like 10 people. It was a sex ed class. It was like 10 people. And he went around and had fucking Fat Richard, the security guard, search the bags of all the 10 people. And what do you know? What do you know, dude? Whose bag did the fucking discs that I described, labeled as I described them, turn up in? I'll give you guys one fucking guess. It's It's going to blow your mind, dude. I bet there's no way that you will be able to figure out the culprit. Junior. Junior wasn't in this class. It was, Luigi. Yeah. Dude, these are the worst guesses ever. You guys are the best. Of course, it's in his bag. He gets suspended. I get the fucking things back. He's all salty when he comes back. He said he was going to fight me, and I told him, okay, that's fine. He's like, well, when are we going to do it? I was like, well, you're the one that wants to fight. Isn't that for you to decide? He's like, okay. All right, whatever, man. I'll just, whatever, when I'm ready then. I was like, all right, when you're ready. And he just, that was it. I guess he never got ready. Did Fat Richard reminisce about his drug use as a youth to the kids in the yard? I don't know, because I wasn't one of the fucking loser kids that hung around with Fat Richard. Like, there was a group of kids. They weren't always around him, but there was a group of kids that we called the collaborators back in the day that would, like, we'd always look across the yard and they'd always be fucking chatting it up and laughing it up with Fat Richard. And that's what we called them back in the day. That was the name of the little group. It was like 5 or 6 kids that worked in like a shift, Sometimes 2 of them would be over there in one day, but usually, Fat Richard would be chilling with one of them, the collaborators, man. Yeah, no, it was looked down upon, of course. Fat Richard was the enemy. He was not to be trusted. Fat Richard was not to be trusted. Oh, man. I need some glasses like this that aren't as dark. These glasses are like fucking blackout shades. Like, I love wearing them. I like the way they look and shit on me, but I just need some that are just like maybe just tinted a little less dark because fuck me. Holy fuck. It's like it's like having the lights turned off. And this is the opposite. Like, taking them off, it sucks because taking them off is like, bing. It's like being in a microwave or something. Paul was king of the arcade. He defended his fellow Coolsville kids from the affront of bullies. That's not really true. I didn't defend anybody from no bully. Mario's ready now. Check my DMs. That would be pretty funny if I'm like 40 years old and he shows up and he's like a 40-year-old man. He's like, "You remember me?" And I'm like, "No." It's like, "I told you one day I'd be ready and I was going to come for you, man. Today's the day." I'd be like, "Mario? All right, let's do it. Round 1. Fight." I mean, that's sometimes, I did make a promise to him. I did fucking tell him. I told him when he was ready, I'd be ready too. He could come and do it anytime. I did give him the fucking carte blanche, and there's a man dance that needs to happen. There was unfinished business between us back then, and if he still feels raw about it, then thank you, Sam, for the $5 or the 5 Australian bucks. It's very nice of you. Remember when you told that story of you stringing along 2 high school girls and a married MILF at the same time? Chad moment. That was a Chad moment. So the particulars of that were, I had this girl that I followed. So she was basically, I was simping to her for 90% of the time. But I did have this moment in my life where I was a triple threat, because my dad had given me some advice that if I wanted this girl to stop treating me like a friend and stop pretending, because it was on and off with her. It would be one thing if she was just like, "I don't want this. Leave me alone." I wasn't like a stalker or something. She would tell me like, "I just want to be friends." And I'd be like, "Okay." And then later that day we'd make out. And I'd be like, and then 2 weeks would go by and she'd pretend like she didn't even know me. And then the cycle would start again. So I was trapped in the simp web or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You know what I mean? And my dad recognized it and he goes, "If you want that girl, if you want to get that girl, here's what you do." And I was like, "What do I do, Dad?" He goes, "Just don't ever pay attention to her. Pretend like she doesn't even fucking exist. Stop taking her phone calls. Stop responding when she says hi at school. Give her a nod at best. She writes you a note or something, don't write back." And I was like, "Dad, that's ridiculous." He was like, "Whatever. You keep on going to where you're going." Like, he was trying to, like, the old man, he had his flaws, but he was trying to help. He was trying to help me. He was trying to get me out of the simp. He's saying that's terrible advice. That's actually not terrible advice. When you're in the kind of weird relationship that I was in, because this will happen on both sides. This is not something that's particular to women. I don't know what to call these types of relationship. Maybe somebody in the fucking chat will know if there's a proper term for them, but I just know that they exist. There are these pseudo relationships that happen where one person or the other keeps the other person in a perpetual loop of uncertainty. So it's like they know the person likes them. They know the person that has feelings for them. They nurture those feelings, and then they constantly deny them or consistently, cyclically deny them for a period of time, and then they come back. And it's like basically that person is using you in some way. They're using you as an emotional blanket when they need one. So here was the thing. Here's what was going on with the girl in high school. And by the way, I don't judge her for this. She was a high school chick. We were all crazy, right? She's probably a wonderful adult. This is not something that I hold against her because, like I said, we were high school kids. But here was really what was going on with her. She wanted a boyfriend that was nice, emotionally available, that knew how to listen to people and have a fucking conversation, and that wasn't going to pressure her about sex if she wasn't ready for it. But she didn't want all the commitment that came with that. She didn't want the public declaration. She didn't want the access that would give me to her emotionally. And so she extracted those things from me by keeping me in this consistent loop of, I don't want to be with you. And I'd be like, okay, fine. And then 2 days later, she'd jump my bones at a party or something, and we'd make out. Or she'd send me some note filled with I love yous and kisses and shit and telling me how she really felt about me. It was a constant ping pong match. Like, so anyway, my dad gives me this advice, which, by the way, if you're stuck in that type of a fucking situation, which I refuse to call the friend zone because that's not the friend zone. It's something else. If you're stuck in it, this is actually good advice. He said, just ignore it. Just stop. And if you actually want that girl, she'll come to you. So I knew of this girl. She was actually friends with my little sister. My little sister is 3 years younger than me. So when I was going into my senior year, she and her friends were coming into their freshman year in high school. And she had this little freshman friend who'd had a crush on me since back in the fucking day. And she'd always said that she wanted to date me and blah, blah, blah. And she was really shy and cute. And, you know, she was a freshman. What are you going to say? And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. She's cute. She likes me. I'm going to ask her on a date. And I did. And this chick was all into me. She really liked me. She genuinely liked me. It's a sad story, dude, because I really took advantage of this chick. But I'm telling you, like, as soon as word got around, which, you know, it's high school, even in the pre-internet days, even before we had Facebook and shit, word got around like that. And it was like day 2 of me dating this new chick. And chick number 1 is like furious at me. And then my dad had warned me about this. He was like, eventually, at first, she's going to act all mad and you just keep ignoring. And I was like, okay. And it was so true. She was furious. I like heard that she hated me and she was shooting me all these nasty looks in classes we had together and wouldn't talk to me at all and blah, 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 blah. And I shined it on. I kept dating this little freshman chick. And that went on for probably about like a week or something. I mean, it might have been even less, really. And it was very chaste. Like, I don't even think me and the little freshman girl made out. I think we might have kissed one time. We held hands a few times. I used to sneak her off campus for lunch. And we had cute little flirty conversations with each other and wrote each other notes. It was a very chaste little relationship that, And then it was almost like Machiavellian. Girl number 1 orchestrates grabbing me up and just pulling me to this area backstage and making out with me. And for me, that's what I've really been after this whole fucking time. So it's like she's all into me all of a sudden. She's jumping my bones here backstage. But it just happened to be in viewing line of the chick that I was dating who was training to work the lights. So she was up in the booth and she could see the corner of quote unquote backstage that we were in because it was up and over. Whoops. I got this horrible note from that girl saying, and it wasn't even like she was mean to me. She was like, you really broke my heart. I really liked you. Why'd you do that to me? You know, and I was like, oh. And then the shit with girl number 1 was hot and heavy for a couple of weeks, and then it fizzled back out, and I was right back in the cycle again. So I told the story not too long ago. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's hard for me to remember. Shit comes up contextually, you know what I mean? So apologies if that was a repeat for anybody who has been listening. I try not to do that, but I've been doing a lot of these lately, so it escapes me when I've told these. Girl number one sounds like a manipulative C word, but I obviously am only hearing the worst of it. She probably was okay on a day-to-day basis. No, she was like, she's a really smart girl. Like that's the thing is like, she was not, it makes her sound horrible. And that's why I said, I don't judge her. She wasn't horrible. I don't know that she really knew what she was doing. She was clearly seeking some kind of emotional fulfillment out of me. And what, she was a high school kid. If she was horrible, like some horrible wicked witch, I wouldn't have been into her. She was actually really nice, and she was cute and smart and funny and all those things, like all the things that all the women that I've been in love with have been. It's the same with her. They all have those attributes in common. They're always beautiful. They're always smart. They're always funny. They're always not really what you'd expect meeting them the first time. She had all those qualities. She was the first. The first in a long, unbroken chain. No, it's not that many. I've been in a lot of long-term relationships, y'all. Any other long-term relationship addicts in the house? Or am I the only one? Are you guys too young to know if you're one of those yet? Do you know where this girl is today? Yeah, I do, but that's not for you guys to know. I wouldn't reveal anything about her life that would be identifying at all. Did I smash? No. I didn't smash in high school. I didn't get laid till after high school. Did you guys ever do a full DFF episode on the effects of the Mount Tambora eruption? I know you guys brought it up during the disaster episode, but maybe a full episode. Maybe. I don't know. Man, for me, it's really like inspiration comes to me, and I'm crank these fucking researches. Like I get in this mode where it's just like 2 days straight. I'm just like, and it all just comes together. Like that's how it's been working for me lately. And if I land on that one, I will. But I kind of trust my brain to come up with a concept that I find really interesting every week. And maybe it's a, biography of a person or a group of people or some type of people that isn't talked about a whole lot in society or whatever the fuck. Something pops into my mind and I go with it. So the episode we're shooting tomorrow is exactly that. It's an episode that popped into my head 3 days ago as a concept that I was like, that's really interesting. I kind of want to learn about that myself. So let's deep fat fry it. There's all these DFF suggestions everywhere. Could you guys make an official venue to draw from when you want to? So can I talk frankly about that with you guys without you fucking getting all offended and shit with me? Your input, even as patrons, is appreciated and stuff, but it's not like Deep Fat Fried has a very particular part of its design, and a lot of you may have heard us talk about this before. But there's a particular part of the design of Deep Fat Fried that is very important to it, in my opinion. And I think in the opinion of my co-hosts as well. And that is, it was designed to not get boring for us, the performers, to do. It was designed to be something that could constantly be different, where the rules could be changed, where episodes could be similar if we wanted them to be and dissimilar if they wanted them to be. And if we had a crazy concept, we could do it. And that, to me, is the central guiding principle behind Deep Fat Fried, at least as for my part in the foundation of it. That's where my heart was at, first and foremost. A show that allowed me to not get stuck in a rut because, and this is hard to talk about, this is where it gets offensive. On DP, and this is talking as a guy that was not an owner of DP or whatever, I was just an employee there. But on DP, we were forced by our audience, almost at gunpoint in certain situations, to cover the same kind of content at certain points, to drop certain changes we tried to make. It was very nasty the way that the audience was in full control of that show, in my opinion, at a certain point. And that was something we wanted to get away from with this show. And so that doesn't mean we don't take audience suggestions. I'm going to read a couple super chats and then we'll get back to it. I have an idea for a theme DFF episode, pre 9/11 tragedies in America. Okay, thank you, Ian. Thank you for the $5. Did she say she would make a decision but didn't? Yes, she did. You're talking about the girl? No, yeah. And I mean, no, it really wasn't the fans' fault, because a lot of the people that watched DP back then are the fans of the show now. You know, a lot of people came over from that show. And so I'm not trying to impugn the fans. It was really, we were the ones that were toxic and allowing the whims of that to dictate what we did. And so we take fan suggestions, usually from our Patreon, and we're very selective about which ones we use. We go through the entire list and we only pick the ones that one of us feels like we'd be passionate about, that we could make a good episode about. And then those fans are, you know, they get their fucking video made. So if I were you, if it's really something that you want, become a patron. And the next time a patron's choice episode pops up, make your fucking voice heard there, and there's a chance that we'll pick it and make an episode about it. How's that? We're actually talking about doing a patron's choice not long in the future. I guess now is a good chance to shill that a little bit. So yeah, we're thinking about doing a patron's choice show in the not too distant future. So if you're really serious about that, you want to get your thoughts out there or whatever the fuck, you want to get your, that's really the venue where we take seriously episode suggestions. I don't mean to be rude, but I like aspects of both shows. You don't have to be, I don't consider it rude that anybody would be I don't even know if what current DF or DP is. I have nothing but love for DP as an entity. That show was awesome for me. I have nothing but, well, not nothing but almost nothing but great memories of that show. I love Billy. So yeah, no, I would never have any animosity towards anybody for being a fan of both shows or whatever. So I won't even read the rest of your comment because it's based on a false premise. Why I loved DFF Manatee weeded out a lot of tism. It did. It was designed with that particularly in mind, because we were at a point where a lot of people had come over from our previous show and were watching the show, but they really hated what it was because it was designed from the ground up to be very different from what they were used to. And they were rioting in every fucking, like, in every chat section and every fucking social media. They were just fucking going crazy. We hate this. This sucks. Is that cricket? They were like, this sucks. Boo. We hate this. And we made a video about the manatee to troll all of them, and it worked really well. All of them thought we were going to do, like, it was going to be, oh, yeah, they're going to, like, talk about Brett Keane. And we did, like, a 2-hour show on actual manatees. And pretty much after that show, that crowd left, and it meant we watched a bunch of viewership and shit. Like, we watched a bunch of viewership walk away, but the core group of people grew from there, you know? So yeah, it was wonderful. I had a lot of fun on that episode. Being in on the joke the entire time was one of my favorite shits. I love all the kayfabe shit. A lot of the kayfabe that people hated in DP, I was very central in. I was definitely down for all of it. I never met a kayfabe I didn't go for, and I came up with quite a few of it, the little kayfabe incidents on my own. That was beautiful. I remember voting for that episode to start and waiting for the troll. Yeah. Or waiting for that episode to start. Yeah, yeah. Oh, look at another visitor. You got to get him closer so they can see. Oh, look at what else. Look whose waddle it is. It's Naked Dino. Hello, friend. He's sweepy is what he wants to say. He's a sweepy. He looks pretty sweepy. Glanderson Booper repeated to infinity. Lol, remember that? Barely, yes, I do though. Cameron Fitz, hey Paul, I was watching your conversation with Vosh and loving it. His goal, as he has stated, is to make sure the revolution that comes is socialist, and that it is crucial to get in a position where it will not be fascist. My contention with that, and it's just the eternal oppositional position, is that we don't have enough time. The woods are already on fire. We don't have enough time to make sure that everybody in the brigade holding the bucket is ideologically pure and that everything is perfect for a forest fire. Like, the woods are already burning. So we either start fighting it now, either shit jumps off now, or we may as well not do it, because every fucking year we allow the status quo to continue. Every fucking year that we allow more fucking gigatons of fucking plastic to be dumped into the ocean, every fucking year we allow more and more carbon to be belched into the fucking atmosphere, is just shortening the fuse on a time bomb that's going to go off no matter what the fuck we do. So there's my counter argument, but thank you for the $20, Cameron Fritz. And I mean no disrespect in opposing Vosh in that. It's just, that's how I would respond. Kind of unrelated, but I need to ask, what is your favorite flavor of e-liquid? They just tried to ban vaping down here in Australia. My favorite flavor is right here, actually. I usually fucking kayfabe an answer for this. I usually say something like Bubblicious Grape Vape. But this is unpaid shilling here. This is the e-liquid that's my favorite shit in the world. It's Mount Baker. It's made by Mount Baker Vapor. It's called Extreme Ice. It's like this super strong mint, and it's just solid mint. I love the way it hits, and it's what I use in most of my shit. Every once in a while I'll put some other flavor in with it, but for the most part, like right now, it's straight that. So there's the real answer. Now leave me alone. And don't buy out all the extreme mint at Mount Baker Vapor so I can get my shit. Don't be a dick and go buy all this shit. It's actually an anti-advertisement. Why did you guys rarely appear on DP at the end? I don't know if I'm allowed to answer the question, to be honest with you. I guess from my perspective, I am. Towards the end, I was not getting paid as much. My contract was in question, was up in the air, and some parties didn't want to pay me what they were paying me when I lived in Washington, and some did. And so my pay was cut significantly, and as a result, my time on the show was cut. So that's the answer from my perspective. It was my choice to cut my time on the show. It was not my choice for my pay to be cut. So that's the answer to that. Mayo or Miracle Whip, don't care which. Yes, please on both. I'll take whichever you got. I would mind if all of human existence ended to allow nature to thrive again. On that, I'm going to go get myself something to drink. You guys wait right there. Don't go anywhere. You sick freaks. That's right, motherfucker. We back. Hello, everyone. Once again, he returns, and those proud few who have soldiered forward for 2 hours and 47 minutes remain. Most of them having given up long ago, but some of them still hanging in there to see what happens. Paul, do you think that most of the problems stem from capitalism? Like, if we were to reduce the economic inequality, would it also fix most of the other societal problems? I don't think that it would necessarily directly fix. I think there are societal problems that need to be dealt with individually in specific ways that don't necessarily have to do with capitalism, but I do think that abolishing capitalism would facilitate that happening, facilitate those changes. Look up Dry Run by Felix Colgrave. Cool animation. Okay, I hate it when people give me fucking recommendations on super chats and shit, because I'm not going to remember that shit and I'm not going to watch it right now, but thank you for the $2. I appreciate it. Twitter's probably a better place for shit like that. Just at me or whatever on Twitter, or send me a DM or something, and then put the link in it. That makes it way more fucking possible that I'm actually going to take a look at what you want me to look at. Paul, you mentioned having slight interest in picking up Cyberpunk 2077 in the future. If you did, which character origin prologue would you pick? Corpo, Street Kid, or Nomad? I really don't know anything about the game. I've seen some pictures and some early, like some, fucking gameplay footage, but I'm trying to avoid spoilers and shit, so I know nothing about the game. I'd like to actually play the game and not, like, have it pre-played in my head going in with, like, a plan. Like, I don't know what kind of character I'm going to make. I don't know what kind of fucking route I'm going to go down. I don't know what kind of skills are going to be available to me. Like, part of playing games like that is I kind of relish the first playthrough where I decide what I want to do, and I go with I make a plan in my head and I execute it. So I just binged a bunch of Filthy Frank videos. What did I miss? Nothing. It's Filthy Frank, bitch. Let's get some pussy tonight. What do you think about BioShock, the message that we're all enslaved by consumerism? Just wondering what your take is. I don't know that I necessarily agree that the message of BioShock or the central message is an anti-consumerist message. I think that is a criticism that's brought up by Andrew Ryan, who, by the way, is an insane fucking madman who creates a morality-free place for people to run human experiments and turns it into a fucking... So yeah, I don't really know if I get the same thing from the BioShock titles that you do. Well, yeah, of course, it's critical of it's critical of like libertarianism and Ayn Randian philosophy for sure, making Andrew Ryan such a fucking villain, like a villainous character for sure. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? No, says the man in Washington. It belongs to the government. No, says the man in Moscow. It belongs to the people. I don't see how we could ever abolish capitalism. Capitalism harnesses the selfishness of people. The selfishness of people. And that is man's central characteristic. What came first, Michael, the chicken or the egg? Do you think human beings are inherently selfish, or do you think the system of capitalism trains human beings to be inherently selfish? Do you think that we became a super dominant species and built some of the biggest fucking cities in the goddamn fucking world and shit by not being a cooperative species? Of course, capitalism trains people to be selfish. It encourages a lot of dark impulses in humanity. It's one of the reasons why it's such a fucking toxic and painful system and needs to be abolished. We built this city with slavery. TJ says human nature is the root of all evil and capitalism simply kicks it into hyperdrive. I mean, I don't believe in evil, so I take a little umbrage with human nature being the root of all evil. I think I've got a little rosier view of human beings in their natural habitat than maybe TJ does. You know, I also think that saying that human beings are slave to a human nature that's a root of all evil is saying that human nature never changes, which I think is fundamentally like refuted by our very existence and the way most people live in the West now. What is and isn't capitalism in this discussion, though? For me, in this discussion, it's any capital, the abolishment of any capital, any form of trade, any conglomeration of capital, and the fucking distribution of said capital. Or we wouldn't even call it capital. So we've abolished capital. So the distribution of resources to people as they need them. And the, safe and sane harnessing of those resources, and the fucking changing of the culture to not glorify excess, but to glorify conservation and carefulness, and to nurture the neighborly instinct of humanity and the helpful instinct of humanity. If humanity is such a horrible, chest-thumping, club-wielding, evil, violent fucking species at its heart, then why during every fucking, natural disaster do we see average people running into burning buildings or forming human chains to help somebody who's stuck in the middle of a washed out overpass? Or, you know what I mean? I don't think human beings are fundamentally evil. I don't believe in evil. I believe that human beings are, I'm a big fan of the nurture argument. I believe that human beings are raised to emulate the society that they're raised into. And when that society worships mammon, worships the almighty dollar, worships this fucking horrible system of the transference of your labor into great wealth for an ever shrinking, ever more wealthy few. You know what I mean? Problem is other people don't share your same vision. Why is that a problem? I'm fine with other people disagreeing with me. I mean, some part of me maybe wishes they did, but I'm not like eaten up with the idea that I'm disagreed with. Of course people disagree with me, and there's a lot of reasons why. Some of them have really good philosophical disagreements with me that I think are fundamentally sound. Some of them are just very defensive of ideas that they've been raised with. The idea of the existence of the American dream, the idea of the existence of America as a concept, the idea of the existence of capitalism as a force for good in the world, the idea of the existence of America as a force for good in the world. I challenge all these fucking ideas. I repudiate them. And a lot of people hold those ideas or some combination of those ideas or some combination of other ideas that I fucking talk about very dear. And when they hold those ideas dearly and they hear somebody like me who's quick-witted and cuts to the fucking point and doesn't fucking mince words talk about how I feel about their stupid fucking idea, they get offended, and I don't blame them. People are mostly interesting in their own self-prosperity and happiness. That is not nurture. That is human nature, says Creamage. One of the dumbest fucks ever to come out of the fucking fan community. Creamage. Saint of all saints. What a dumb fucking... what a dumb take. Especially after what I just fucking got done talking about. What a dumb take to use your monkey paw to type out into the fucking chat. Boo to you, sir. Haha, what a story, Paul. Creamage, dude. Creamage. If we could 100% determine the guilt of an accused with no doubt, would the death penalty be okay, provided it's exclusively used on only the most heinous of crimes? No. No, because what you're fucking describing doesn't exist. The facility for it doesn't exist. Which is why the death penalty doesn't work. There's no such thing as 100% certainty. And if you think there is, you're probably a religious person. You probably sought out some fucking belief that you hold to, like it's the center of everything. You haven't learned yet that nihilism is the truth, that there is no meaning. Yeah, but it's a fucking loaded hypothetical. It's a hypothetical based on a situation that would never fucking happen, and furthermore is loaded. If capitalism is attuned to human nature, why did it take a tremendous amount of time to develop? Capitalism as an economic system is 300 years old. The roots of capitalism are far older. The barter economy is the root of capitalism. And, you know, the use of labor is the root of capitalism. And both of those concepts existed for thousands of years before capitalism did in its measurable form. So it's not just capitalism. Capitalism is just the new hyper-exploitative form of an old system of exploitation of labor. A very old system of the exploitation of labor. The only thing you can 100% disprove, like finding completely different person's DNA than the accused. Sure. And I mean, even then, you can't 100% disprove it. You know what I mean? You can prove with a reasonable certainty that that person was there, but you can't disprove that that blood wasn't planted or tampered with, or that the test wasn't tampered with. You know, there's just no way. There's no facility in place that checks every eventuality that might lead to a mistake. And so, no, knowing that that's the truth, the death penalty is never justified. I meant DNA to exonerate, for sure, yeah. DNA analysis isn't actually 100% anyway, sure. What a smart take. That's like the people that say, like, consensus on climate change isn't 100% among scientists, so that's a good statistical reason to disbelieve it. What a dumb fuck. It's just a bad opinion that like takes advantage of the fact that, you know, science keeps itself from absolutes until it's developed a law, and even then challenges that law to be updated and changed if it's found to be, you know, false. People don't understand that, like, because, you know, once again, I think a lot of people, even if they're not religious, they have a lot of religious thinking. They think that science is some big moldy tome that's never changed, you know, since the apple fell on Newton's head or some shit. Since Galileo fucking built the first little telescope and looked at the stars or whatever the fuck. And it's really not. It's the opposite. It's a system of constantly disproving itself. It's a system of constantly questioning, quote unquote, prevailing wisdom to test it to make sure that it's still true. So in that case, nothing is ever fully true. There's no 100% certainty. People that sell 100% certainty are people that are engaging in religious thought. But taking advantage of the fact that nothing is 100% certain to make silly arguments to say that somebody's guilty or innocent because their fucking DNA was or wasn't found at a crime scene is silly. Constant dismantling of old scientific ideas is what makes science so great. Absolutely, it's what makes science science. I remember this like quote from Richard Dawkins, dude. It was in some old fucking documentary he made about how Islam and Christianity are evil. And he was talking about how there was some formula or something that had stood for a long time. And it was actually made by this teacher of his, and then a student came along and proved his formula wrong, like found a mathematical way to prove his formula was it was fallible. And Richard Dawkins is like, when he was proved wrong, he stood up and shook the man's hand, and he said, "I have been wrong all these years." And he smiled, and we clapped our hands raw, because we knew that science had been advanced and that knowledge had been advanced. You know what I mean? And it's just like, say what you want about Dawkins, but that's a really good example of why science is different from religion, and why people that try and just be like, well, you say you hate religion, but isn't science your religion situation? Like, isn't science your religious situation? Isn't science what you're turning to? It's like, shut up, you fucking dunce. If you don't understand the difference between people endlessly reinterpreting some dusty old fucking book full of fantasies and shit with spurious origins, and a constantly criticizing system of observing and testing and understanding reality, I don't even know where to start a conversation with you at that point. They think that way because it's how their worldview works, a moldering old tomb of esoteric and symbolic language that requires some sort of interpretation to make it apply. What? Say what? Most people's egos are tied to their success, except in science, where people who freak out after being proved wrong are openly made fun of. Right. Like if you have some theory and somebody comes along and is able to demonstrate that theory is indeed false, and you're salty about it, you're like ostracized in the scientific community. People are like, what? So wait a minute. You're wrong. You're demonstrably, provably wrong, but you still want to die on that hill? All right, I'd rather not work with you as a scientist. Like, that's just not, you know what I mean? It's just not an area where that type of thought is entertained. I'm right because I'm right. Like, that type of shit that's stamped all over fucking religion has no place in science. So comparing the two is fucking silly. That's the whole point of scientific investigation, to be wrong until we're right. That's not even really the point. It's to be wrong to be, how do I put this? To be the least wrong that we can be. That's the point of science. It's not the pursuit of because science itself acknowledges, the fact that no absolute universal truth exists. Like, part of science is the fucking, fundamental fucking chaotic nature of the universe, and the possibility for the existence of alternate realities and shit. Like, all of this is, like, science doesn't look at the world as something we're ever going to fully understand, and that's what keeps it running. People keep questioning old ideas, and sometimes When a person challenges an old idea, it's found to be completely nonsense because new data is available. New testing equipment has been made. Like science is built, it's like a mountain built on the bones of bad ideas. And it's constantly being built. You know what I mean? These are ideas that were, you know, at the time seemed sound. But as people examined them, as new technology came along, they were found to be completely non-repeatable, not true, and they were tossed out in favor of something closer to the truth, in favor of something that can't be falsified yet. But if it is in the future, great. We're closer to understanding the truth about this fucking force that we're studying, or this rock that we're studying, or whatever it is. Paul, do you believe in anything supernatural? Honestly, not as most people understand the word supernatural. Do I believe in ghosts or like goblins or like, you know, like psychics or whatever the fuck? No, not really. And I say not really because I think that, and this might be like a weird, like woo kind of belief of mine, but I think that there's a lot that we don't understand about the nature of reality and about the nature of the human mind. And I think that some of those things that we don't understand can manifest themselves as things we perceive as like ghosts or demons, and I think a lot of those things too can be just attributed to a mind that's like both predator and prey. Like we have to see a sharp pair of fangs in every fucking dark corner, right? Like our minds are programmed that way. So I understand that most of that shit is attributable to that, but are there other dimensions that we don't understand? Yes, probably. Does that allow for the existence of extra dimensional beings? Theoretically, sure. Do I think that we understand enough about the nature of reality to refute that as an idea? No. I mean, do I think it's a great, well-established fucking idea? No, I don't. But, you know, I'm willing to a lot for some crazy shit. You know, we don't understand everything about the nature of reality yet. And some of the shit that we're going to discover is going to be crazy. I know this because some of the shit that we've discovered in the past has been crazy. I disagree that we don't need religion just because science is better at finding answers. Most motivations are irrational, and I think religion is ultimately interested in studying that world. Religion is interested in studying that world so as to further exploit it. Science is actually invested in studying that world without exploiting it, by coming to understand what drives people to a rational religious belief. I think that the answers are far more likely to be found in the troubled minds of the people that seek out religion. They're far more likely to be found by a scientist than by a clergyman. And I think you know it too, Jason. Like, I think you're just as aware of that as I am. Jason fat, Jason dumb, Jason filled with rhino cum. Jawan's drunk. Everybody look out. He might spew. If you're gonna spew, Jawan, spew into this, bro. Is Frankie the Rat still a thing? I don't know. I haven't heard from Frankie the Rat. Why do people always ask me about these crazy characters that come and go on the show? They're always like, what's up with Frankie the Rat? What's up with John X? It's like I would know. Like, I don't know what they're doing. I haven't heard from them. People always come to me with this shit, man. Senor Tomat, yeah. People are like, when are we going to hear from Senor Tomat? I'm like, when I hear from him, I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Tomat's out there fucking traveling through the fucking fabric of time itself, as far as I know. You know what I mean? I know what you know. People are always like, what happened to Tomat? It's like, bro. What happened with Mickey the Rat? Everybody's favorite breakout character, Mickey the Rat. I don't know. Happened to Eric the Fed, man. Where's Eric the Fed? I don't know. I haven't heard from the guy since that one time he was on the show. But Sir Eats a Lot, man. Sir Eats a Lot. Where's he at? I don't know. He is busy bouncing to the rhythm of life. A bounce, a bounce, a boo, a boo. Tomat is bouncing, yes, bouncing. What about the hot blonde babes guy? Yeah, where did he go? Where's a man supposed to get some hot blonde babes now? Why are you coming to me and asking me the question? I don't know what happened to that guy. Yeah, where's Fidel Gastro? He was on the show that one time. I haven't heard from Fidel in a long fucking time. You guys should have a tournament with all your characters. That would actually be kind of funny. It seems pretty self-serving, though. It would take a lot of research, too. We'd have to pull a lot of, like... Yeah, what happened to Isaac Plumbo, dude? Here's some deep lore. Let's see if anybody remembers this. What happened to Manny T. McAchee, dude? Anybody remember that breakout character, Manny T. McAchee? If you were there, you remember. Raising your family to be at least in part religiously minded has gotten us this far. That's such a dumb argument, man. That's like saying, like, cutting off dudes' foreskins has gotten us this far, so let's keep doing it. That's just such a dumb argument for religion. I'm not even going to read the rest of what you say, because you've just opened with such a really basic bitch, fallacious-ass argument. Yeah, dude, teaching kids fucking total lies about the way the world works. Telling kids that fucking, like magic exists, and that fucking like talking donkeys are out there, and that like a talking snake convinced everybody to be sinful, and that, like, they're gonna burn in hell if they fucking masturbate. Yeah, teaching kids that's gotten us this far, bro. Being wrong at every fucking turn has gotten us this far, bro. So why not just continue doing it, man? What a dumb fuck. Stupid, empty-headed bitch boy, fucking basic level 1, fucking level 0. That's like a tutorial level argument that you just threw at me, and I didn't even read the second fucking line of it, and I'm not gonna. You come at me like that with that kind of weak sauce, especially if I know you. Like, I've met you face to face, motherfucker. Like, I know you. We've talked for hours and hours and hours, and you come at me like that. Like, it's one thing for a pleb in the fucking audience to come at me like that. It's another thing for somebody that knows me to come at me like that. Dude, if you know me way too better. Way too better. See how smart I am, dude? Yeah, dude, that was disrespectful, though. That was a piece of shit fucking argument. You know me way more better than that, dude. You know me way more better. You know that that's never going to go well if you come at me with an argument that starts with, well, religion has gotten us this far, so why not just keep... I mean, come on. Fuck out of here. The court of Manny T. McAchee, dude. Yes. Everyone come to order. Oh man, I wish I would have been allowed to fucking go a little more ham with that, because I think that could have went places, but it never did. Imagine thinking religion teaches kids valuable lessons. I know, what a fucking nightmare. What kind of indoctrination are you on, bro? Religion teaches kids how to fucking think magically in a world that's run by cold, icy logic. It teaches them how to think magically. It teaches them that their problems are going to be solved if they pray to an invisible man in the sky. It teaches them that they have to be exclusionary towards people that don't believe exactly the way that they do for some fucking nebulous and unknown fucking spiritually non-existent fucking scriptural interpretational reason. It's a divisive force. There's no argument to be fucking made. Religion is just a divider of man against man because it's just filled with lies. It's filled with lies about the way the world works. And filling children's minds with those lies is stupid. Your argument relies on a mindset gained from modernity and assumes nothing will change or regress. What? You just said nothing. My argument relies on an argument that's gained from living in modernity. What are we talking about? 500 years ago? We're talking about now. You just said you didn't see a problem with having a certain amount of religiosity in households because it's gotten us this far, bro. That was your argument. Are you even fucking engaging in good faith at this point, Jason? Because I'm willing to go toe-to-toe. You want to jump on fucking Discord right now? You want to jump on Discord so you can actually talk? As long as you promise not to drop a bunch of N-bombs and shit. Okay, fair enough. Done deal. Hush, hush, say no more. Hold on. You're going to have to wait, Jason. I got to get it open here. I got it open on my phone, but I'm not trying to call you on my phone. So just give me a sec. Let me get Discord open, and I'll give you a call. I just want to, I don't even know, dude. I'm just kind of really fucking like, I want Jason to tell me he was trolling because I want to feel like he doesn't disrespect me to that level. Okay.
Hey, buddy.
Okay. So say a few things real quick.
Okay.
All right, I think everybody can hear you, so we should be fine. You can hear me fine?
Yeah.
Okay. Make sure you mute the stream on your end so it doesn't get confusing.
I did. I'm double checking the chat. Can they hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
cool.
This is not, well, I mean, he is a troll, but this is, like, I know Jason. Me and Jason go way back. I've known Jason for fucking years. So, yes, he is a troll.
I'm honored, honestly, that you would include me in one of your Highdeologies.
Well,
honored.
Okay. Whatever, Jason. You're always shitting on my ideas in the fucking chat.
I'm a contrarian.
Well, I know this about you. So what is this argument we're having right now?
Listen, I would never fucking agree to this. I'd be way too nervous, but I'm high as fuck. So
okay.
We're gonna if you want to go down this road with me, I'll go down this road, but I'm telling you that I'm feeling a little spiritual.
Man,
so,
that's the lamest shit I've ever heard you say, bro.
Hey, hold on a second. No, it's not an excuse. I'm ready to talk. So, I go with Brett Weinstein's definition of metaphorical truth. So I respect that a lot of people aren't scientifically minded.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are not, most people actually, right, are not geared towards observation, hypothesis, investigation. You know what I mean? So most people are geared towards emotional, reactionary bullshit. And science told us that. And then stuff like religion proves it. Because it's just, well, I have a theory. Does, do my observations in the objective world match my theory? And yeah.
Okay,
People
yeah.
put
But you don't
irrational
have a
shit. So there's
theory.
my premise. Hold on. So the end of my argument is that I accept Brett Weinstein's examples of metaphorical truth, that the benefits of religion are not literally true. They're metaphorically true, in that if you believe if you believe in some of them, the ones you choose to believe, they're going to help you as if they're true,
Okay.
even if they're not literally true.
Let me give you an example of this.
Sure.
Scientology.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
When people sit down to go through auditing in Scientology, a profound amount of people report a benefit from it.
Yeah.
Science knows why.
Right.
Because auditing in Scientology is kind of akin to talk therapy. It's actually a perverted version of traditional Freudian psychotherapy.
Right.
And so people get things off their chest. But those things are also written down in what's called a PC folder and then used against that person if they should ever criticize the church. This is why religion as an idea has to die. It can't be looked at as this benign little thing and just a ho-hum. Well, some people are just not scientifically minded.
Well, I mean,
it means they have to be educated then.
I understand that. That was how I wanted to begin the conversation. That's not the crux of my argument. That was just a sort of opening into what I want to get into.
Opening. There's a whole opening.
Well, that was an opening. I wanted to start with, I'm coming from a place of somebody who agrees with Brett Weinstein's definition of metaphorical truth. I go through the world trying to find examples of good metaphorical truths. There's a hierarchy of metaphorical truth value, for sure. Let me give you an example. Some religions, to me, like Scientology, are very low in metaphorical truth value. There is a hierarchy because of the demonstrable harm of their practices and sort of like, I don't know, there honestly seems to be a lack of sincerity because the Church of Scientology collects so much money from people every year. Hold on a second. The promises of Scientology that not only, see, I have no problem with people donating voluntarily to a church, but I have a problem with a church who seems to be insincere in order to climb the ranks of the church, you actually have to pay money.
Okay, hold on one second before you move on. So you have a problem with the Catholic Church then, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
You have a problem with most Christian churches, right? You know that status is conferred upon big donors to the church, right? Social status.
Yeah, of course. But it's voluntary.
Tangible, right. So why don't... What religion don't you have a problem with? Are you talking about Wiccanism or something? Are we talking past each other?
No. I have a problem with organizations of religion, right? So I don't give a fuck about the church. I'm not tied to churches. I'm not going to defend churches at all. I just wanted to make a distinction between such an example being like the church that I went to when I grew up. Donation was advised, right? But it wasn't incentivized. Like nobody was walking around saying, you have to donate or you have to leave. Nobody was being pressured to donate physically. I mean, it's like, yeah, maybe behind the scenes, there's a
hold on.
marketing team in the back, the pastor going, how can we get more donations? But the point is that I did not witness any sort of coercion. Like, yeah, everybody knew who was donating the most, but it wasn't
okay, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask a clarifying question. You said you didn't witness any coercion. Was a collection plate passed?
Of course.
A collection plate was passed amongst your church who filled your head with fantasy stories about the fact that the guy that was standing about the guy that was standing at the head of the church could talk to God, and God wanted you to hear about tithing, and God wanted you to hear about render unto Caesar, and God wanted you to hear about community support, and God wanted you to hear, and blah, blah, blah. And he never talked about, you never heard him talk about anything that the church needed, like an upgraded playground for the kids or an upgraded window or blah, blah, blah. That never happened in your church?
I mean, yeah.
So you have a very powerful man standing in front of a group of people who believe he literally talks to God, passing a bowl around, asking for money, and you didn't see any coercion?
Okay, so like I said, again, it's not a requirement. So to talk about Scientology, as I was comparing and contrasting like the Baptist church that I went to when I was a kid and Scientology says you will no longer participate unless you pay us money. In order to, you get, like, let's say I'm a Thetan level 1, right, in Scientology. I've paid a small amount. I'm at beginner level in the church. I participate in those activities, their workshops, but at some point I have to give them money again because their workload is in the Church of Scientology. The workload is accrued to the people that pay the most. Like you get the most amount of sessions if you pay the most. You get the most amount of attention.
There are actually multiple ways to work your way up the bridge to total freedom without paying a single dime.
In Scientology? Jason? Oh, I know. Becoming a celebrity is one of them.
Well, being a celebrity is one of them for sure. But those celebrities are milked in other ways though. They're actually courted for their money. But that's notwithstanding. You could join the Sea organization, which means that you work for the church and you're paid by the church a pittance, and you live in quarters that are provided by the church. And as a result, the church allows you to work up the bridge to total freedom.
Okay, so are you saying that ascending... Sorry, let me move my mic away from my mouth here. So are you saying that you disagree that the only way to rise Thetan levels is... you disagree that the only way is to pay? Because my understanding was that you will never achieve the 7th, 8th, 9th level of Thetanism.
There's only 8.
Of being a Thetan. 8, whatever.
I know a lot about Scientology.
I thought there was 9. Well, you got me by 1. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
So 8th. You're telling me that you could become an 8-level Thetan without giving a dime to the church?
I don't know that that's necessarily true, but the idea that you can't move up the bridge, that there's this money barrier at every level, is ridiculous. That's actually not true. You can earn classes that will lead you towards advancement. See, it doesn't start with Thetan levels. A Thetan, like an OT level 1 that you're talking about, somebody that's at OT 1, it's called OT 1, operating Thetan 1, has already given a considerable amount of money or spent a considerable amount of time volunteering for the church. So
doesn't that make my argument for me?
The very early levels of the church are getting you to what's called clear, which is the first step. You have to get to clear before you can get to OT, and then you do TROT 0 for a long time, so you're not even an OT, and then you become an OT, and then you've got 8 levels of that. So do I think it's possible that somebody ends up an OT 8 simply by working for the fucking Sea organization or doing volunteer counseling or whatever the fuck, and doesn't ever have to give a dime?
No, we don't even have to talk about OT 8, because you said yourself that by the time that you even become an OT, you have already given a considerable amount to the church. So I'm not going to say that makes my argument for me, because I think we're talking past each other.
Well, yeah, a lot of people do, but I'm just saying it's possible to reach OT and to ascend up the OT ladder. Now, I don't know if you can make it to 8, but a lot of people in the Sea Org are like OT 2, OT 3, OT 4, because of their participation in the Sea Org. Because
I didn't know that.
When they're not working, they're taking classes that normally people have to pay for.
Right. I saw my Scientology documentary, and I saw a lot of interviews with David Miscavige, and Tom Cruise, obviously, because he gives amazing interviews. But I didn't know that. It's really cool.
Anyway, what was the point?
The point was that this whole church thing is a red herring, because what I wanted to talk about was directly what you can learn directly from the Bible. It doesn't require a church. So back out of the rabbit hole here is metaphorical truth. So the message that you're getting from Scientology has less metaphorical truth value to me than something like Christianity.
Why?
It doesn't.
Well, based on what metric?
Based on the metric of, well, I don't know, success.
I mean, it's incredibly successful. It's got fucking churches all over the world. It's based on a foundation. It's based on a number of foundational texts.
They say that their population is dwindling quickly, and
their population is dwindling, but they still have churches all over the fucking world. And
no. That's what they say in their fucking propaganda video, but that's not actually true. They have very few operating churches left. Like, right. They may have built property
but they
in
have
other
property
countries.
all over the fucking world is what I'm saying. You're talking about success.
Yes, I mean, is success relative to you, or is it objective?
I mean,
like, is it
everything is relative to me. I don't believe in objectivity.
Oh, okay. So, if success is relative, then obviously we're still talking about my hierarchy here.
Yeah.
Like I think it helps my case that success isn't objective and is relative, because the metaphorical truth value hierarchy still holds, because all I have to do is prove that Christianity is more successful than Scientology.
I mean, this is the exact Christian apologetic argument when I bring up Scientology to a Christian, though.
I don't know. You mean just based on the success of it?
No. What you're trying to do?
No. The most printed book in the world.
Right. Exactly. It's like they try and paint other religions as hooey, but Christianity and other established religions being, or whatever their flavor of religion, it's more believable because of X indefinable esoteric reason that they can never really nail down.
No, not more believable, because not more believable, or even more tangibly valuable, because metaphorical truth implies that it's not literally true. It's false. It's something that's demonstrably false, right? Which you and I would agree that that's what religion teaches. Things that are demonstrably false.
And that's harmful to children, especially.
Sure. Yeah.
And it leads to people that are devoted to that falsehood, and they give immense amounts of their money to that falsehood to prop up that falsehood. And you're arguing that it's a morally neutral thing.
No, not morally neutral. No.
Oh, that it's morally good?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's morally good to operate on the how do I put this? So Brett Weinstein's example that he likes
You're
personally.
You're going to keep referencing Brett Weinstein, and I want to say for the record, I've never read Brett Weinstein.
That's fine. I'm okay. Well,
I'm going on good faith that you're quoting him accurately and all that.
I'm not going to misquote him.
All right,
I understand.
That's fine.
My understanding of his position is why I choose it. So
I'll listen to what you have to say about it, but I'd rather hear your words on it than Brett Weinstein.
Okay. Right. Well, I'm going to talk about his example. So his example is a loaded gun. A loaded gun, the belief that a gun is loaded. So the gun doesn't have to be loaded. It's literally false that the gun is loaded, but the metaphorical truth that it's loaded saves lives.
Schrodinger's cat, ultimately. In the box, the cat is both dead and not dead because there's no way to observably prove that it's dead. So you treat a gun the same way.
Well, it's actually stronger than Schrodinger's cat, because Schrodinger's cat is about sort of like positional neutrality. Like, we can't determine the position without affecting the experiment.
Right.
So we're going to assume that it's neither one or the other. Metaphorical truth is actually all the way to the other side. So it assumes literal falsity. Assume something to be false, because it is literally false.
Then discard it.
But there is metaphorical truth value in the idea that a gun is loaded.
So you scientifically
accidentally kill someone.
So you scientifically study the tome and learn from it what you can, and discard the religiosity of it because it is meaningless and harmful. and you move on as a society, integrating that knowledge that you may have gained from said religious text, tome, or tablet, and that's that, right?
I mean, that's an argument. The metaphorical truth value hierarchy is about what religions present even good metaphor, if not good literal truth, right? So there's very little literal truth in the Bible. You and I would agree on that. A lot of shit in the Bible is made the fuck up. It's allegory, it's metaphor, it's analogy, it's hocus pocus, BS, right? We're both atheists here, okay? We're not going to disagree about that. But, something, all I would have to do, in order to prove the hierarchy is demonstrate that the teachings of Christianity in some way are better left metaphorically true compared to something like Islam, right? Or Hinduism, or Buddhism, or Scientology, or Mormonism. And I think that's really easy to do, which is why I pick Christianity. I'm just taking the winning position. That,
so you're taking the winning position amongst the losing ideas that magic is real.
No, magic isn't real. It's literally false.
Then why cling to fucking Christianity? Why not just peruse it, learn what you can from it, and
because the beauty
move on?
The beauty of metaphorical truth is that you don't have to be a Christian. You don't have to adhere to the entire Bible, because we're not trying to become Christians, right?
Okay.
We're not trying to become Christians. We don't have to rely on a literal interpretation of the entire Bible. You can, as a person who values metaphorical truth, pick and choose really, really good allegory in the Bible. You can cherry pick the ones that work for you, and it will be metaphorically true in your life if it benefits you.
Oh my God. This has come full circle, guys. Are you ready for this? I'm about to drop some hot knowledge on you, Jason. Remember when I told you earlier I know a lot about Scientology?
Sure.
Scientology uses this exact argument.
Hold
on. When you're approached by a Scientologist,
I've watched the propaganda videos.
No. Just listen. Hold on. But I'm doing a show here, so what you've watched doesn't matter.
Sorry.
When a Scientologist approaches you, they tell you your religion is fine. You can be a Christian and a Scientologist. There's no interference. And then they use the exact same argument to undermine Christianity in favor of Scientology that Jason just used. An inherently flawed argument that's based around a premise. What's true is what's true for you, which actually came out of the mouth of L. Ron Hubbard. What's true is what's true for you. And that is such a flawed fucking premise. A third grader could fucking defeat it. Like I feel like I feel like I would be doing you a disservice engaging you as a fucking adult. You just brought what's true is what's true for you to me and threw it out as your ultimate argument. Yes, no. Yes.
No, I'm not, because the distinction made is that a metaphorical truth is different. You're not even arguing against me at this point. You're arguing against a position of mine that I don't even hold, that metaphorical truth is
said what's
literally false.
You said if it's metaphorically true for you, then it's true for you, is what you said.
No, I said if assuming it to be true is helpful in your life, then you should believe it. Not that what's true for you is true for you. Because
that's like a synonym.
Doesn't present a real argument.
That's like a synonym, Jason. You just reworded.
It doesn't present a position in reality, or it doesn't describe reality. It's literally false.
It's right. It's what's true is what's true for you.
But if it keeps you for
if you believe it, then it's true, and it's okay.
If it helps you maintain homeostasis, I'll keep it real simple here. If it helps you maintain homeostasis, it's a good metaphorical truth. Yes, absolutely.
And you've laced this entire argument as you've built it on bullshit that I have fucking defeated at every turn.
And I mean, you first compared it to Scientology, but your argument that Christianity
refutation of that
was that Scientology was akin to Christianity, was that all I have to do is demonstrate to you that Christianity has, within my hierarchy, has more metaphorical truth value than Scientology. And your argument just flies out the window. It's a red herring at that point.
You haven't even demonstrated that metaphorical truth value exists as something that I should even contemplate as a human being. You haven't demonstrated to me anything other than quoting. Hold on. Okay, other than quoting from a fucking author that I haven't read.
Do you disagree with the loaded gun analogy?
Give it to me again.
Okay. The gun is not loaded. It's literally not loaded.
So you've checked all the chambers. What kind of gun is it?
Well, a 6-shooter. It's a revolver.
So I popped the fucking cylinder out, and I can look down the fucking barrel of each one of those fucking cylinders, and I know for a fact there's no bullet in it.
Right.
Okay.
The gun is loaded as something to assume at all times, regardless of your knowledge, does save lives.
Because it's simple safety. It accounts for human. There's a scientific reason for it.
It's why it's the very first thing you're taught as a gun owner. Always assume the gun is loaded.
Because it's simple safety. It accounts for human error. It's simple common sense.
Okay, but it's not literally true. You're not okay.
So that therefore Christianity.
You and I value literal truth to be more important than anything else. You and I value truth. I know you value truth.
Don't tell me what I fucking value. Number one, you tell me what you value.
Okay. Do you value truth? I've had conversations with you before, as you referenced earlier. I know.
I value anybody that can prove absolute truth, and I've never met somebody that can do it. So.
Okay, I'll rephrase it. I'm sorry. What about the pursuit of truth? Is that the most important thing? Because it is to me, for sure.
I mean, it's a little vague and non-specific. I would say, like, to me, the most important thing.
You were talking about science earlier.
Okay. Yeah, I was.
Why I'm bringing this up, because you were talking about science earlier. You value science in favor of religion, the pursuit of truth.
Obviously.
Right. So do I.
I don't necessarily think that science is reducible to the pursuit of truth, although I guess I'll allow it. I mean, it makes whatever. Okay, so yeah, the pursuit of truth, if that's the language you want to use. So what's the point? My pursuit
is that in your pursuit of truth, you have discovered the gun is not loaded. Okay.
But I still don't wave it around like an idiot with my finger on the trigger, because it's bad to get in the habit of doing that. Because someday I may not check, and there may be a round in the chamber, and it might kill somebody. There's a practical safety reason.
The very practicality of the assumption verifies the metaphorical truth value of the assumption.
Okay, that's like saying that the fact
verifies it. It's as simple as that. It verifies it.
That's like saying
it's statistically. I could demonstrate to you objectively that assumption saves people's lives.
So what? So does not throwing a cigarette out of the car during dry season, even though 99.99% of cigarettes that are thrown out of cars during dry season don't spark giant wildfires.
I mean, yeah.
It's simple pragmatism. It's simple pragmatic safety. It's a precaution that costs you nothing.
What do you think pragmatism is based off of? I mean, I'm not talking about, we don't need to go into the whole philosophical underpinnings of pragmatism, but like, do you think that pragmatism just exists? It's based on
human reasoning. Human reasoning. It's based on human observation of the truth and the pursuit of the truth.
And things that are observed are how do I put this? Can you observe something to be false? Like, or can you, how do I put this? Can you observe something that didn't happen? Or if it didn't happen, is it not a real observation? So,
if a tree falls in the woods, does it make a sound if there's no one around to hear it?
Objectively, yes.
But does it though? How do you know?
How do you know is a rabbit hole that requires like hours of epistemic.
But you're the one that's doing that shit. I'm not the one that's here selling up woo-woo.
I'm not selling. I haven't sold anything yet.
Yeah, you are, dude. You're selling Christian apologetics redressed as scientific reality. You keep talking about this fucking author I've never heard of, and you keep using this term metaphorical reality, but you've yet to...
metaphorical truth.
Metaphorical truth, sorry, but you've yet to demonstrate that such a concept even exists to me.
You've already said that it exists.
No, I haven't.
When you said that this is simple practicality. It's like you can give it whatever name you want, but it's not just simple.
Yeah, but why does your name serve an apologetic for Christianity, and my name just serves simple scientific reasoning? It's like wearing masks and during a COVID outbreak.
Metaphorical truth value. I mentioned Christianity as something being higher on.
You said earlier, I choose Christianity. I choose the winning side. What exactly has fucking Christianity won other than stupidest idea of the fucking millennium?
What has it won?
Yeah.
I mean, you and I would probably agree that the list of successes made by Christianity is overwhelming.
Okay. How do you and what are those like? What are those successes? What are those successes? What are those successes? List one. Give me one.
List one.
Yeah, give me one.
We already talked about it.
No. Well, give me one example of religion. You said it's this long list of successes. You can't give me one?
Okay, I'll give you one.
What is it?
The number of what the highest number of religious people in the world identify as. So like if I wanted to judge the merit of let's just go to tradition here for a second. If I wanted to judge the merit of a tradition, I would ask myself, how many people follow that tradition?
So you would commit the fallacy of an argument from authority right off the bat, thus tainting your entire thought process.
Don't you mean argument of the majority?
No, I mean argument from authority. I mean saying
what authority am I relying on?
The authority of the people that believe in the thing that more people believe in. You're actually committing both fallacies.
Actually, that's not my argument. I'm saying it's inherent. The inherent success of a tradition is based on the number of people who rely on it.
You're making you're making the same. Adding inherent doesn't change the fucking argument, Jason.
Do you know what inherent means? It means it's a property of it.
I know. Yeah, I know what inherent means.
Right, which means my statement, it can't be fallacious if it's definitionally true. It's definitionally true that tradition is successful based on the number of people that follow that tradition. It's something that's definitionally true. It's not fallacious.
The value of a tradition, no matter what its content are, is based on how many people followed it at the time. What about the tradition of roasting Jews in Nazi Germany? In Germany, roasting Jews was a moral good.
That was a very brief and short-lived tradition.
So
not successful.
So fucking hating on Jews wasn't. That was a long-lived tradition. Pre-Germanic tradition, wasn't it?
It still exists.
Yeah.
It would be on a hierarchy.
So that was
a
moral good, though, right? Because it was allowed to run rampant, because it was fucking part of the fucking. Well, why not?
Of course not.
Why not?
There isn't a So the metaphorical truth value of a belief like what? We should kill all Jews. Jews are inherently bad.
And no. Not only that, but we're doing this because white people are inherently better. Whereas the
So what's the metaphorical truth value of white supremacy in favor of Jews? Probably not a lot, because it's going to cause war. It's going to bounce back on your family.
Wouldn't it change if you're a white person? There's a lot of benefit to it, right? Believing that you're the master race, right?
Sure, but you're going to have to balance the benefits and the risk, because there is a risk of warfare. The risk of warfare, the risk of it bouncing back on your family, the risk of not raising your kids right. the risk of getting shot by a Jew. I mean, if you openly express your beliefs, I mean, like, you can't just say, oh, if you're white, then it's beneficial for you. Then it must be metaphorically true. It's like, no, there has to be a comparison, and you're gonna need to outweigh the benefits compared to the risks.
Okay, number one, I'm not gonna need to do anything in this argument. You have the burden of proof. You're the one that's asserting that metaphorical truth is a concept that I should consider and believe in and trying to explain it. So trying to shift that burden onto me and tell me what I need to
I'm not saying
provide
you have
in
the
the
burden
argument.
of proof to just demonstrate metaphorical truth. You had the burden of proof in that very specific argument that white supremacy in favor of killing Jews or in favor of Jews is somehow has any metaphorical truth value. That's the only thing you had the burden of proof for. I'm not saying you need to demonstrate metaphorical truth. I'm saying that in that tiny little example you gave,
Whatever.
you're going to need to outweigh the benefits and the risks.
Okay,
So
whatever. In my example, I have, but your examples, you don't have to do that. That's fine. Whatever. I move on.
But I can.
Convince me.
Okay. Convince you that metaphorical truth exists?
Yes.
You already okay.
No, because here's the thing. I don't really care about this.
You defined it as pragmatism. You already agreed with me that it exists. You're like, we just call it pragmatism.
Right. So I want to know why. Hold on. Hold on. Let me give you the question, and I want you to answer this question. And if you can't start answering this question, I'm just going to end this. Okay. I want to know why pragmatism needs to be renamed metaphorical truth, and then I want to know how that connects to your embracing of Christianity and saying that Christianity has done a lot of good in the world and it's a force for overall good in the world. Absolutely. That's what I want to know.
Well, overall, absolutely are contradictions, but I will answer your question. So I don't think that pragmatism and metaphorical truth are the same thing, number one. And I don't think that you have to. I don't endorse Christianity.
You just said you pick with the winning team.
Yeah, I mean that's I pick the I pick Christianity as being higher than Scientology in terms of metaphorical truth value. That's the winning team. So,
Jason, I think you might be retarded.
No, I'm not. So pragmatism. I am a pragmatist, for sure. So, how do I put this? You don't have to name pragmatism metaphorical truth. The beauty of a word like of two words like metaphorical truth, is that you can
make it any fucking crazy woo-woo thing you want, man. You can twist it into anything you want. You can just say metaphorical truth.
That's not me. Hold on a second.
You can justify any fucking thing that you want, bro. Come on now, just let
But I just demonstrated that you can't.
Why is it that every time I've asked you to demonstrate what an example of metaphorical truth, you have given me an example of simple fucking pragmatism and simple fucking safety. This gun analogy that you think is so brilliant is one of the stupidest fucking arguments that I've ever heard. And if it's reflective of the arguments of the fucking dude you quoted all night tonight, you've been reading some stupid religious you've been reading some stupid magical thinking tinged religious tinged nonsense and taking it all to heart, Jason.
He's not religious.
Because you're talking bullshit. You're talking fucking bullshit here tonight. You're trying to redefine simple fucking safety and pragmatism as metaphorical truth. So
no,
that
it doesn't have
to.
No, your
teaching people
fucking have to be safe. It doesn't have to be safe because there are metaphorical truths in the Bible, and that's what I was going to get to. I don't endorse Christianity.
I'm muting you. I'm muting you, and you can leave the call if you want. I may unmute you, but I got to tell you, dude, I'm fucking done with this conversation. You've done nothing but sling bullshit argument after bullshit argument after fucking bullshit argument. And I asked you very specifically to show me how fucking not waving a gun around with your finger on the trigger is anything but fucking simple pragmatism, and how that in any way justified the teaching of children falsehoods about the way the world works and reinforcing religious bigotry. I mean, you couldn't demonstrate to me fucking conclusively at all. You didn't even make a half-ass fucking strong argument for Christianity being any better than Scientology. Like, you made some ridiculous argument about the metaphorical truth value of Scientology being low, and it was before you'd even established that this metaphorical truth argument even exists. You just give me some fucking quote out of a book where some guy makes some argument about, like, even though you know a gun isn't loaded, you don't put your finger on the trigger. Well, no shit, dumb shit. What are you arguing for? And, like, maybe this guy isn't dumb. Maybe he doesn't take this concept to the next level, but that's what you're doing. I assume that he does because that's what you're doing. With this weird ass, I choose the Christian side. I just choose the winning side, man. This weird ass fucking like half-assed, tacit fucking endorsement of Christianity and teaching children falsehood and endorsing all the bigotry and bullshit that comes along with it. You claim that Christianity had done like an endless list of good things. I asked you to name one and you hemmed and hawed for like 5 fucking minutes. I'm just tired, dude. So, in order to be charitable, since you didn't leave the room, I'm going to unmute it and allow you to make a final fucking argument. I'm going to give you the floor, and then that's going to be that. Yeah? So, yeah, you're unmuted now. Go ahead and do your thing.
Okay. Do you agree that some beliefs have survival?
I'm not going to Q&A with you right now. You're making a final fucking statement. Don't ask me any more fucking stupid-ass loaded questions.
Okay.
I'm done playing dancing with you tonight. So make your final closing argument or whatever and close out your appearance.
Okay. Some beliefs have more survival advantage than others. And taking the position of believing in a hierarchy of metaphorical truth value allows you to identify those. In things that people would consider to be wholly evil, like the Bible, like the hard atheist position would take that the Bible historically has been used to justify terrible genocides and lots of war and lots of killing and severe brutality. But the point is that we're in modernity, and that metaphorical truth value hierarchy allows you to pinpoint which beliefs are worth keeping and which aren't.
All right, Jason, thank you for the call. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate it. Goodbye.
Yep.
Have a good one.
Have a good night.
Bye. I'm just exhausted. Ask me why I'm friends with Jason. I can't tell you. I love the dude despite his fucking infuriatingness. But there you go. You guys got to witness that shit. I know I missed a bunch of fucking super chats and shit, so let me try and go back and see what's popping off with those. Sorry, I was in the midst. Yeah, I was in the midst. So it looks like one of them was from Thomas James Kirk for $2, saying my eyes have officially rolled back in my skull. Another one from Thomas James Kirk saying all of which can be applied to religion, LOL. Another one from Thomas James Kirk, Paul's nicotine powers trump Jason's weed debuff. That's true. Thinking like a fucking D&D player there. Pim Tool gave $2.99 and said Brett Weinstein is a Jordan Peterson clone. Brett Weinstein, huh? Highdeology gave $10 and said this guy probably thinks the Browns are the winningest football team. Well, it's metaphorically true that they are. So it doesn't really matter. Wow, man. I'm a little drained by that. Still kicking, though. This has been a long fucking Highdeology. We're definitely going to have to pull some clips out of this Highdeology. I think that last one has got to go. That's got to be clipped, yo. There's got to be some clippages happening there. So I think the next time I get together with you guys, I'm going to play a game. And maybe we can decide tonight which game I'm going to play. I've got some new games during the... I may or may not like play the game where I'm like really playing it all hardcore and paying attention to it and, you know, paying very little attention to the chat, or I may just like kind of play it in the background as we talk. So here are the 4 games that I've got that I kind of want to play. So I got Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. So it's like that Jedi Fallen Order game, right? I got Griftlands, which is this weird like card building game I've actually been playing a lot of in my spare time. I got The Elder Scrolls Online. I actually started a character tonight and then just like quit out. I was like, wait, I'm going to wait and see if people want me to play that stupid fucking game. And then I've got this game called Hard Space Shipbreaker. Not Shitbreaker, Shipbreaker. It's like a future game where you're like a salvage guy and you've got to like go find old wrecks of big giant ships and break them down and mine them and sell them for parts and shit. It looks pretty fun. Thanks for chatting, Paul. Love you lots. Have a good night. All right, Jason. Nothing but love. You're a crazy fuck, but I still love you, so take care of yourself, you fucking weirdo. Ugh. I don't know what it is about Jason. I just don't know what it is. I'm just wild about Jason, and Jason's wild about me. I may have to bring Jason in on more of these Highdeologies just to argue with him. What a headache. Yeah, I know. Jason's logic. I support the winning side. That's why I support colonists who take over countries and take away rights from the natives, because I don't know if he said that, but you know, you can't put words in Jason's mouth. I will step to his defense. Thank you, though, for the 10 Canadian dollars. I love that delicious maple syrup. Bring him back someday. I think I will. I'll make it a every once in a while thing. Supposed to talk to TJ tonight. He actually texted me right like towards the end of the Jason thing, like, "Oh shit, man, I forgot. Sorry. Looks like I missed it." It's like Jason could have been here tearing apart Jason with me, or TJ could have been here tearing apart Jason with me. People are saying play the Star Wars game. Play Elder Scrolls. I don't know. I'm going to choose one of these games, and maybe like the next stream I do, I'll play it with you guys. The card game. Dude, the card game is pretty fucking fun. I could like show you guys that game right now. Like I could boot this shit up, dude. Nah. Dude, I've been going too long. I don't want to start playing that game now. I don't want to start playing that game now. Hard Space sounds the best. Card game sounds good, yeah. There's also another card game, too, Gwent. I started playing that. I could play some Gwent, too. I'm not putting words in Jason's mouth. I was just giving another example of how the logic yeah, sure. I understand. Yeah, I wasn't trying to call you out. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. And the 10. Love that maple syrup yet again. Yeah, Gwent from The Witcher. Yeah, there's like a Gwent card game you can play. It's pretty dope. I played it a little bit. It's one of those games that's like freemium, you know? Like if you play a bunch, you can basically get all the cards and build any deck you want. Or you can pay and unlock a bunch of lock boxes and open it. And I don't want to do that, so... I've got kind of lame-ass fucking weak decks right now. Does it have multiplayer? I mean, it's a totally multiplayer game. I'm about to eat some breakfast. I'm finna eat some breakfast. Well, anyway, I think I'm going to let you guys go for the night. I think I've done enough. I think we've done enough. I think we've created another abomination of a stream that should be lamented by all that attended, which is what I set out to do in the first place. Take care of yourselves in this crazy, crazy time. Wear your masks and everything when you're going out. Wash your hands a lot. Don't fuck anybody you don't know real good that doesn't have the COVIDs. Have a good night.